Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting of December 2nd to order and welcome all of you to your Board of Supervisors room, and ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Supervisor Foy?
Here.
Supervisor Parks?
Yes.
Supervisor Long?
Here.
Supervisor Zaragoza? Here. Supervisor Bennett?
Here. And we have our former County Counsel, Noel Claybaum, in the room. I ask him to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we have the minutes of December 2nd that we need to approve. It's been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote on the minutes, and the minutes have been approved unanimously. We now have agenda review. Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Bennett. Item 20, CEO's Office report back on local emergency in unincorporated area near Santa Paula. The board letter and exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 4 and site map have been submitted. Item 21, CEO's Office adoption of the 2014-2018 MOA with VCPPOA. A letter of advice from Haywood Merrick III Civil Service Commission has been submitted. Item 23, Supervisor Bennett, presentation by the Boys and Girls Club, request removal from agenda. Item 23, pull. Yeah,
Pull.
they're not able to be here today.
Some of the presidents couldn't make it today, so we're just going to reschedule.
The SCAG one's going to go no longer than 10 minutes. Works out perfect.
Good, good.
23. 25, Supervisor Long, presentation by the Local Planning Council. A PowerPoint has been submitted. 26, Public Works Agency, public hearing regarding proposed adjustments to water rates for Lake Sherwood Community Service District. PowerPoint has been submitted. Item 27, Public Works, public hearing regarding proposed adjustments to water rates for Water District Number 1. You guessed it, a PowerPoint presentation has been submitted. 28, RMA, acceptance and processing of new Land Conservation Act contracts. Revised board letter and revised PowerPoint have been submitted. Item 30, Public Works Agency, public hearing regarding adoption of an ordinance pertaining to groundwater conservation in the unincorporated area. A revised board letter has been submitted. And finally, there's an addendum agenda, item 36, Healthcare Agency, approval to amend the hospital services agreement with Gold Coast Health Plan for healthcare services effective December 8, 2014 through June 7, 2015. All documents have been distributed and posted. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board members, anything else you want to add to the agenda review? All right, we need a motion to approve the agenda as modified. We're ready to vote on that? And the agenda has been approved as modified. We're now at our moment of inspiration. I'd like to point out to board members that there are only 2 board meetings left in this calendar year, and so we only have 2 moment of inspirations left while I'm the chair, and I'm really delighted to have as this moment of inspiration caregivers here with us again, and we have Tammy Glenn here, the Executive Director of Caregivers, who is going to talk with us. And then I do want to point out that we'll be covering item 35 before the time certain's the item, the correspondence agenda item here that we have you here for. All right. Good morning, Tammy.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Chairman Bennett and distinguished members of the board, for inviting caregivers, volunteers assisting the elderly, to mark our 30th anniversary with this moment of inspiration. It's a privilege to represent this organization and the hundreds of seniors and volunteers who are at the heart of volunteer caregiving. This little nonprofit has today inspired more than 500 organizations who are part of a national movement of volunteer caregiving. For the most part, we're dedicated to the senior population, which we have found just needs a helping hand. The hallmark of our program are matching individuals, a volunteer caregiver, and a frail senior who will benefit from friendly phone calls, a ride to the doctor, to the grocery store, help preparing a meal, and other neighborly deeds. Perhaps the greatest gift that we provide is access to health care. And I want to give a special thank you to Supervisor Long for helping to arrange my participation in the Social Service Transportation Advisory Committee. I'm going to my first meeting today. As a nonprofit, we've been supported over the years primarily by private foundations. The Carrie Estelle Doheny Foundation is the longest running of all of them, and we still receive help from many of our founders in the religious community. The Amgen Foundation celebrated 20 years of support for caregivers here at this meeting earlier this year, and most recently Kaiser Permanente and the Jean Haas Foundation have become cornerstone supporters as well. We could not do this without the help of our community and the individual donors who contribute. But none of this means anything if it's not for people of vision and commitment. We see that every day in our volunteers, in our phone friends, in our board of directors, in our staff, our honorary directors, even in our student volunteers from the Building Bridges Intergenerational Program. Many of those folks are here with us today. Two in particular are the epitome of vision and commitment, and I'd like to introduce you to Sister Patricia Callahan of the Sisters of St. Joseph of Carondelet, who wrote the original proposal for funding. She's joined by several of her colleagues, including from the leadership team, Sister Angela Faustina. And I'd also like to introduce you to Mr. Keith York, a man who puts the extra in extraordinary. Thank you so much for having us here today. Keith and Sister Pat, would you join us?
Good.
I have
Well,
become one of those frail elders.
Board members, we have lots of organizations that from time to time come in front of us, but I want to slow down and re-emphasize something. 30 years ago, this was just an idea to have caregivers, which was to match a volunteer up in a community with a frail elderly person who needed help to stay in their home. It's one of the things that probably all of us hope happened to us someday, that is, if we're alone and in our home, we have somebody that can come by and help us be able to stay there. So 30 years ago, these organizations didn't exist. And the very first organizations were started, a pilot program of 25, Ventura being one of them. And it's now grown to 500 organizations. And that little organization is still here 30 years later. And what I have in front of me here, we hope we got from the Library of Congress in Washington. It is the original application. Do you recognize it, Sister? It is the original application that Sister that she actually wrote, and I have it. You don't get to keep it. We have to return it to the Library of Congress. But it has Sister Patricia Callahan signature right here at the bottom. And I felt like I was going back to Little Flower grade school. Right? But it did. It had that look of Little Flower grade school where I attended, and just seeing Sister Patricia Callahan. It was just and a good Irish name, I might point out on top of that. Right? Very good. So oftentimes I don't read the whole resolution, but you have the original signer of the application 30 years ago that got this organization started, that grew to 500 organizations in the country. And you have an original volunteer. 30 years, Keith York has volunteered. So This is a great way, this is in our moments of inspiration, this is the last organization of the year that we will be celebrating, and I can't think of anything better than caregivers in terms of being able to do that. So if you'll pardon me while I take the time to read these two resolutions, and then I'm going to bring them down, and we have many of Sister Callahan's fellow
Sisters.
nuns in the room, I guess, for lack of a better word, but sisters here that join her in this celebration day. We really welcome you here, and we're glad you're here. So we're going to want you to come up for a picture with the Board of Supervisors and everybody when we finish this. But if you'll take a moment to listen to this for me. This is a resolution of the Board of Supervisors thanking and honoring and commending the Sisters of St. Joseph's of Carondelet, I hope I pronounced that right, for their vision of volunteer caregiving. Whereas caregivers, volunteers assisting the elderly, is celebrating its 30th anniversary, it's appropriate at this time to highlight its many achievements and to underscore the positive impact that it has made in the local community. The Sisters of St. Joseph's of Carondelet champion funding that positioned caregivers as one of the original 25 pilot programs for volunteer caregiving in the United States and the first of its kind in California. Established in 1984 by the Sisters of St. Joseph's of Carondelet in collaboration with Trinity Lutheran Church of Ventura, First United Methodist Church of Ventura, the Sisters of Holy Cross, the National Council of Jewish Women, First United Methodist Women of Ventura, First Presbyterian Church of Santa Paula, Ventura County Church of Religious Science, and the Aid Association of Lutherans, certainly an ecumenical movement, and the Pope back then, I'm sure, was very appreciative of that ecumenical movement. The hallmark of caregivers is to introduce to a frail elderly a volunteer who will lend a helping hand with neighborly deeds such as transportation, light housekeeping, a friendly call on the telephone, or a visit, thereby assisting vulnerable seniors to remain living independently in their homes as long as possible, thanks to a local nonprofit that is supported by community contributions. Caregivers is today an independent nonprofit committed to providing services, offering employment and volunteer opportunities to all without discriminating on the basis of age, gender, race, religion, sexual orientation, ethnicity, national origin, or disability. Whereas the Sisters of St. Joseph's of Carondelet presented to Ventura County a gift in the nonprofit caregivers that has evolved as a regional and national leader in volunteer caregiving. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in honoring the Sisters of St. Joseph's of Carondelet, and in particular, Sister Callahan, for their vision and commitment to designing a sustainable model of senior services that accommodates the needs of the aging population in Ventura County. So thank you very much, and let's give them a big hand. And now, if I could read the resolution that we have for Keith York, resolution of the Board of Supervisors thanking and honoring and commending Keith York for his volunteer service to caregivers, volunteers assisting the elderly. Keith answered the call to service and has been a model of steadfast volunteerism since the inception of caregivers, volunteers assisting the elderly in 1984, marking its 30th anniversary in Ventura County. Keith also served as a volunteer board member from 93 to 2009, an officer on the executive board, and continues all these years later to still volunteer with seniors, to contribute as a donor, and to serve as an honorary director. Keith has personally performed a host of neighborly deeds, not the least of which includes changing light bulbs, replacing sink faucets, repairing carpet tears, patching and painting walls, installing security systems, replacing water heaters, refrigerators, and commodes, responding to urgent calls. Keith has spent countless hours helping seniors in our community with trips to the grocery store, rides to the doctors, troubleshooting computer problems, visiting when nobody else had the time, lending his beautiful heart to comfort folks facing their final days. Keith has invoked his inner leprechaun, officiating at the pudding contest year after year for caregivers, Wearing a Green fundraiser. Keith has personally provided red roses to be delivered on Valentine's Day to seniors throughout the caregiver service area. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Ventura County Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in commending Keith York, a man who has served the Ventura County community, who has never asked for compensation of any measure, and who defines the meaning of the word, the deed, and the qualities that distinguish a true volunteer. And I have to tell you, it's moving to hear about this kind of volunteer service, Keith. And I just came from a presentation talking about how much our transitional foster youth, as they leave the system, need somebody permanently in their lives. Well, many of our senior elderly people have had all the permanent people in their lives disappear. And to have a volunteer show up and say, I'll be with you for the rest of your life, is a tremendous gift. And it is one that's not recognized enough, but it is part of what makes Ventura County such a special place that an organization like this could evolve. So it is more than heartfelt to say thank you very much from the Board of Supervisors to you, Keith, and to Sister Callahan and the sisters.
I have to say, we volunteers get a lot back from our elders too. We all know we're going in that direction. So if you want to know that this organization is going to be here when you need it, you need to support us.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's a little plug.
Still trying to raise money for the organization, right?
And thank all of you. I mean, nothing can be continued without you people and all of the volunteers for every organization. Volunteering is wonderful because the best things in life are free, and it's free.
Great. Anything else either one of you would like to add for us, right? We wanted to invite your sage advice before we started the pictures.
You can do this.
There's really nothing else I can say. I mean, if you notice, he's having a hard time keeping his eyes dry. No, just all I can say is thank you, that you recognize not only this group, but all groups. Because without volunteering in some form or another, we will stay disconnected, and we want to stay connected always as one.
I like the story of the sequoias. You've all visited the sequoias. They're huge, enormous trees. And by themselves, they are unable to stand. But together, their root systems intertwine, and they hold each other up in the high winds and the treacherous rains and things that occur in the area where the sequoias live. So that's what Caregivers is all about, is helping one another.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having us.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
We're going to come down and take just a picture of the three of you and the 5 board members and Mr. Powers, if you'd all come down. And then we're going to ask the sisters to all come down for the picture also, okay? Great. Board members, if you'll join me.
I think you all should be up here. All of you here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it so very much.
Just a little more, sister, one more step over.
Okay.
There you go, right there. Good. Here we are.
Thank you so much.
Let's balance it out a little, supervisors. I mean, do I have to come over here?
I guess we have to show our certificate.
Turn your shoulders, supervisors. They don't. There we go. Get everybody in. Thank you. Now, we'd like to have all the sisters with us. Come on up. But we're going to turn around and face that way, crews and photographers up that way, because we can't get them all in. So all the sisters are with the crews.
The whole,
Everybody who's associated with anybody who's associated with
So we want us to turn around now?
All right, folks, we're going to move back this way now and face that way. There we go. Can't get everybody in otherwise. There we go.
You want to get in the picture?
Short in front.
Short in front.
Short in front.
Yes.
10 minutes, 5 and 23.
Why don't you move out, but people can, you can come right in here if you'd like to, right? There you go. Picture.
It's ready?
She's up there.
Okay.
My friend Keith.
Oh, listen, he's great.
Good.
Oh, it's our pleasure. Becoming elder. Yes, yes, yes. We might not be there, but somebody will be there.
That's right. That's right. Thank you so much. It means a lot.
It does.
I remember, I used to live there, and when I was at
Wonderful. Just tremendous.
Steadfast. That's the key. Steadfast.
That's right.
Yeah.
You did a wonderful job. And Tammy is represented Nashville now.
Oh, yeah.
They have invited her back because she's done such a wonderful job. So she's got great.
She's got the fire that we never had.
That's right.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. It's been wonderful.
3 years.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you. I'm thrilled. It means a lot. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. It's been oh, I know. Thank you.
She wouldn't have it.
he was telling me how he needs some help.
You can't have it. Sir, you can't have it. I have no.
In other words, you're not retired. What's in that?
Can't say. Is Mike on? I'm unleashing the power of living.
Let's go. Unleash.
recommend some things that you could make your board wishes before the giving campaign.
For 35, I'm going to do 35 right now.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
He'll come up with this announcement on the group, and they're ready to serve if the board would. You can make
we can make, no, we can't make a motion.
No. But whether you can direct our office to come back next week with recommendations.
Okay, board members, we'll come back to it. I'd like to, number one, I appreciate the board indulgence with the last item, giving us some time for the caregivers. It truly is an inspirational group. I'd like to move item 35 up so we can handle it right now at this point in time. And there we go. Mr. Edwards, you want to be the one doing the presentation? Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, and good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors and CEO extraordinary, Mr. Powers.
Oh, my God.
I'm Harold Edwards.
Has things changed here at all?
Yes. Well, you got to start off on the right foot. So I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Limoneira Company, which, as some of you know, is a 122-year-old company based in Santa Paula, whose mission it is to preserve and to promote our tradition, our history, and our legacy in agriculture and in community development and in stewardship for our stakeholders. But today I'm here to wear another hat, and as many of you also know, that my father was a practicing physician in Santa Paula for 32 years, and after 32 years of medical practice, he had a midlife crisis, and he became the medical director of the Ventura County Healthcare Agency, working very closely with another dear friend of ours, Pierre Durand, who was serving as the CEO of the healthcare agency. My father's passion was always providing the highest quality health care in Ventura County, and to do that in an affordable and a sustainable way for the benefit of everybody that lives in this beautiful county that we live in. And so today I stand here today, and I'm pleased to share with you that that passion has been passed on to me as well. I'm here this morning as the chairman of the board of directors of a newly formed foundation called the Healthcare Foundation for Ventura County, whose purpose it is to conduct charitable activities to provide financial and other forms of support to the Ventura County Healthcare Agency, but especially to the Ventura County Medical Center, which are owned and operated by the County of Ventura. It's important to note that this support will supplement and complement, not substitute or replace, the support that the healthcare agency receives from the County of Ventura as well as other sources. Also with me today is our very dynamic CEO, Amy Chowner, as well as retired County Council, Noel Claybaum, who tells me that he really isn't retired now, so he's coming out of retirement to help us serve on this foundation. Not here this morning is our foundation's vice chair, Dr. Stuart Siegel of the Children's Hospital in Los Angeles, who is a longtime advocate of the Ventura County Healthcare Agency. And I was going to get into some of his credentials, but they tell me his curriculum vitae is 72 pages long. So in the interest of all of our time, I just decided not to do that. As I mentioned earlier, our foundation was formed to exclusively benefit the county's healthcare agency, in particular the Ventura County Medical Center, which includes the Santa Paula Hospital. Many have felt that a nonprofit fundraising arm for the agency has long been needed. Now, with the support from our Chief Executive Officer, from the healthcare agency's staff, and with the donation and funds from the VCMC Auxiliary, the late Rick Chivaroli, and funds from others, as well as donations from professional services from Ron Harrington, Denise Bean White, and Mary Carr, we've taken the steps to begin to meet that need. We're excited to report that our newly formed Healthcare Foundation for Ventura County recently received notice from the IRS that our 501c3 status is now officially recognized by the IRS, and as such, today we are a nonprofit public charity, exempt from taxation. Donations to the foundation are fully tax deductible, and with that determination in hand, we are now prepared to start our fundraising efforts. In our organizational efforts, we've followed the path blazed by the very successful nonprofit foundation that supports the public hospital, the Valley Medical Center in Santa Clara County. Their guidance has been very helpful. Now that we can start fundraising, it's time to set the table and ask you for guidance and advice. We're ready to work with you and your staff to develop fundraising programs to benefit the VCMC and the healthcare agency. And with your permission, I'd like to leave you with some homework to identify any fundraising programs that you'd like to see come to fruition for the County of Ventura that we might work with you on to help create and ultimately facilitate. Thank you all for allowing me to introduce you to the Healthcare Foundation of Ventura County. We're very excited to begin working with you, as well as engaging the community and celebrating the work being done every day with our excellent healthcare agency. We certainly appreciate your leadership, your guidance, and your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Edwards, for being here, for playing a leadership role in getting the foundation off the ground. This is really valuable, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of the board in that we can't officially today make a motion to ask you to help us in terms of all this fundraising, but we will be asking the CEO to put this on our agenda for next week so we can officially take that action. But certainly, it goes without saying, we're going to be very appreciative of this and very much look forward to a partnership with you in terms of that. Right?
Thank you very much standing by and ready to go to work.
All right. Supervisors, anything else?
Thank you so much.
Mr. Powers. Well, Supervisors, other things?
Well,
I'm
just-
sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Just appreciation. Thank you for, I know you are very busy, and we always go to busy people to ask them to do a little bit more, but this has been so important to us in the early discussions and formation for the long-term health of what we do in the county and our excellent healthcare system and delivery of care, and to have a nonprofit exclusively dedicated to helping us to do that, to help us get those extra things that we often need to care for so many people in this county is so appreciated. Thank you.
And yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much, Harold and Noel and the team, and thank you. And I think this Healthcare Foundation is excellent for the County of Ventura, because I know other entities, other hospitals have it, and we need one here in Ventura County. And thank you so much for your work, and I know it's going to work out great. Thank you.
Supervisor Parks?
Oh, I didn't know that Dr. Sam was your father till just recently, and I just think
it was his fault.
Just what an incredible asset, your family is to the community of Santa Paula, and taking this leadership role is just so much appreciated. You just look at what the county hospital does and for whom they serve. The fact that you guys are stepping up is just really appreciated. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I hope the first checks come from this group up there for you. So
That's your job.
that's it. Okay, we'll get it. Yeah, thanks for what you guys are doing. Great team you've got here. And how's his tennis game?
It's getting better.
Getting better. Okay.
Nowhere to go but up. Yeah.
Mr. Powers?
Thank you, Chair Bennett. Well, it's all been well said. Just thank you to the three of you here today, and to Dr. Siegel. The four of you collectively are just a force of nature. A ton of work to get to this point, this momentous occasion, and we just thank you for your dedication to support the healthcare agency's mission. We'll be delighted to bring back a board letter next week with recommendations to support an employee giving campaign as well as a physician giving campaign, and can't wait to kick it off. So,
Great.
thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
And somewhere Dr. Sam is smiling.
We know where.
Okay.
Receive and file.
So motion to receive and file the correspondence agenda. And that motion passes unanimously. We're now at the consent agenda, items 10 through 19. Do we have any speakers for the consent calendar? We have no public speakers. We have no comments from board members. We're ready for a motion. Been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. All right. Now we're at public comments. Do we have any public comment cards? That motion passes for the consent calendar. Oh, wow. We have a speaker whose name is going to be difficult. The last name, it's Stephen. I'm going to try this. Androsevskis. Help me with that one. I probably shouldn't have even tried to butcher
It's
it.
Andruskowitz.
Say that again?
Andruskowitz.
Andruskowitz, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
That's Irish, isn't it?
It's a good Irish name, as you put it before. Chairman Bennett and distinguished members of the board, I'm here to express my concerns about the newly constructed seawall area between Emma Woods State Beach and Solomar Beach. I know Supervisor Bennett and his staff have already initiated some action with Caltrans regarding this, of a couple of other concerns that I have about it, particularly since from everything that I've seen over the years, the area is patrolled and maintained by the Ventura County Park Rangers. First of all, there were two spaces set up, very nicely set up for disabled persons parking with curb stops and signage. However, the whole rest of the area is not marked or any kind of signage regarding how it's to be used. Because of that, it's now being used by passenger cars who pull up parallel to the seawall, they back up to the seawall, and they pull straight up to the seawall, and I mean to the wall. There's a concrete area that looks like a walkway. I think that's what it probably was intended to be, and people are parking right on there. Not only passenger cars, but also tractor-trailer rigs and RVs. That walkway, therefore, can't be used. And part of the purpose was public access, so people with children, wheelchairs, strollers, they're going to have to walk out and around those vehicles to get from one place to another, or to the stairs that were put in, or the ramp that was put in for handicapped people. Also, the weight of the tractor-trailer rigs, I think, might be an issue. I don't know if it was set up to withstand. I've seen as many as 6 or 8 tractor-trailer rigs early in the morning there, doubles, sets of doubles. I don't know if they're loaded or unloaded. I don't think it makes much of a difference. But they're pulled up parallel right next to the wall. The RV owners, over the years that I've lived here, I've seen them creatively reserving spaces for their fellow RVers that are in the groups that are coming here, particularly on the weekends, where they'll either rope off an area with chairs, tables, passenger vehicles, so when their fellow RVers arrive, then they'll go ahead and allow them to get in there. So they set up a line right there for day use RV parking. I'm concerned also about the possible pollution. There's an RV that's been there pretty much on a daily basis over the last month or so. It's got a red box trailer containing dogs. Concerned about how that waste matter is disposed of. Also, I'm concerned about, is that proper housing for those dogs, particularly on a hot day, sitting in an enclosed little red box trailer. I don't know if any of the rangers have ever struck up a conversation or looked into that or anything. The 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. no parking for that area, which there's a citation, I understand, for $275. I don't think that's properly enforced. I've seen the same vehicles parked there late at night, after 9 o'clock, with a campfire. I'm not talking about on the new construction area, I'm talking about the whole area now. And they're parked there. The one vehicle, it's a white van, I don't know, it was late at night, so I couldn't see what kind of a van, but with a campfire going right there next to the brush area with the big boulders. So those are my concerns and comments. I hope you'll continue to look into it and make some headway, particularly with the parking, which in my mind should be for public access, if that's what it was built for, with the stairs and the ramp.
I don't see the reason for it being a rest area for tractor-trailer rigs or an RV camping area. Any
Thank you
questions?
thank you very much for coming and
Okay.
taking advantage of this opportunity. Appreciate your interest in keeping this on the radar screen. I have met out there with Caltrans, having conversations about
Yes, sir.
all of this. We've called that to their attention. Caltrans moves relatively slowly in terms of going through their process for the next steps in terms of what's going to happen. But it is something that we're paying attention to and trying to get the proper striping there, or the proper signage, and it's who is supposed to do it and what legal authority do we have versus Caltrans and all that. We're working on all that, but probably the biggest thing that I wanted to emphasize is what you've emphasized, is that sidewalk should be available for people. Somebody comes with a wheelchair and they can't get to the ramp because somebody's pulled a big tractor trailer onto the sidewalk. So that's really important for us. Ultimately, I feel like we're going to end up with good striping and good parking there, but we have to work with Caltrans in terms of trying to make this all happen. So we are working on it, and keep your eyes on it and let us know. Feel free to contact my office if you have other things that you see. And in terms of parking, I know there are parking fines being actually applied because we get enough people complaining to my office about getting the parking tickets that I'm sure parking tickets are being given out. Whether they're being given out every night and whether everybody's getting them, I can't tell you that. But good for you for keeping this on the radar screen for everybody, and we'll keep working with you to try to come up with good public use of that spot. Thank you very much,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you for your time.
All right. We have no other public speakers. Board members, if we go ahead and do our comments, if we can be fairly brief, if we can get on to our 9:15.
I want to be very brief. I want to thank, first of all, the food share pantry program that was put together by Bonnie Weigel. I want to thank my staff, and thank for the collection, the can collection drive over at the collection. And I want to commend our Ventura County staff, Mike Powers, and you, Chair Bennett, for participating in that program. My understanding is that we collected thousands and thousands of cans for food share. Also on Saturday, the 6th, I participated at the Oxnard Christmas Parade, sponsored by the Oxnard Downtowners. There was thousands and thousands of people that were there enjoying the parade. The theme was Serve Sant and Celebrating the Season. It was just great. And I want to also thank Alexis of Oxnard for providing a convertible car to me every single year. It was great to see the children and Santa there also. And also I want to share with you that this Sunday I'll be running the half marathon, the 5K marathon, and I've been doing that for the last 4 or 5 years, and I'm going to be running for the Boys and Girls Club, and that money that's going to be raised is going to be for the Nyland Center. We're trying to raise enough money to hopefully purchase a Nyland Center for the kids in Nyland Center. We have some 1,000 some children out there in Nyland without a park or a center for them. So I want to thank many individuals that contributed so far, such as the plumbers of 484, Tracy, Lourdes, Stan, Bill from my office, Oxnard firefighters, Michael Powers, the Solorzano family, Stan Hakes, our supervisor here, Kathy Long, and numerous other people that have donated to see me run the 5K on Sunday. And I'm going to win too.
And Supervisor Foy and I are going to follow you with a wheelbarrow to
with a wheelbarrow
pick you up.
See if I can catch me. And I'd like to adjourn in memory of those folks. And I'd like to call out real quickly Victor Noze. Victor Noze was a member of my MAC over in El Rio. Very instrumental gentleman. We talked about volunteerism this morning. He was a man that volunteered, and he was our ag representative for the MAC area in El Rio, and also he was a U.S. Armed Forces veteran. Additionally, I'd like to share also that we had Esther Serrano that lived in Oxnard up to 108 years, and it's the Oxnard water that helped her get there. But it was amazing to have a person live that long and to have great grandchildren and 6 generations of living in Oxnard. So I'd like to adjourn in memory of those folks.
Congratulations on doing that run and helping that community, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Supervisor Foy.
I think we could start a week late, catch up to him.
Thank you, okay.
Just to keep it short, turn memory of the people on this list.
Supervisor Parks.
I did see that great photo of you in the paper on your treadmill.
My
You're really working it. I'm really looking forward to seeing you come in first. And I'd only have one closing in honor and ask that the board do so.
Good. Supervisor Long.
Yes, I have a list also to submit in memory. Just to mention that I participated with the Pleasant Valley St. John's Hospital, or the hospital that's in Camarillo, and started as a community hospital, celebrated their 40th year last week, so it was great to be there with them. And I, too, did get out to the collection and took pictures of all of our wonderful county trees. I think most of our major agencies in the county, Human Services, Public Works, CEO, Board of Supervisors, we all had trees. So I have lots of pictures. I just wasn't able to get my act together to put them up there. So you've got them up there. Okay. And I was informed that the third year, the first year they had over 60, the second over 100, this year over 230. So a great canned food drive. So thanks for all the cheerleading and making it happen, Mr. Powers, and the entire county team. And that's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I would like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list. I have very quickly, I attended and this one, I have a couple of pictures to show you of the Foster Children's Christmas Party. And I just think it's really remarkable. It's in Supervisor Zaragoza's district, but the Elks Club for over 30 years has hosted a Christmas party for the foster children. And I would point out that probably those that are most in need are the foster parents that are most in need seem to be the ones that are there. It is a really satisfying couple of hours if you want to spend, have a good time having these foster children there, and they have Santa Claus, et cetera. So I don't know if you're able to do that up in the room, but can you put up the pictures of the foster children Christmas party real quick, just so people get a little feel for that? Thank you. Yeah, it's a green one. So it's that whole Elks Lodge over there. This is 1/4 of the room. The room's packed. People lined up. They're serving food. The Elks are serving food at the end of the table. This is the back end of the line, but a really joyous occasion. And in a separate room, next slide, please. They have Santa Claus and kids lined up. I'm sorry. In a separate room, they have a pillow giveaway. Foster children, oftentimes, as they're being moved, don't have much, and if you can take your own pillow with you, there's a little sense of you going from one place to the other. So they give them new pillows. It's really nice, and it's a great effort. And then the final slide is a picture of Santa Claus in another room, and kids are really excited to get their moment with Santa Claus and stuff. So it is a great day for our foster children there. The other thing, I know we're kind of pushing the people up in the booth there, and we really appreciate it. Thank you. If you could go to the other slides show. I want to be a little humble about this, but I want to point out that last week I was able to do this. And if you show the next picture, that was single-handedly building the Board of Supervisors Christmas tree. In reality, the board was all at the VCTC meeting. I just happened to stop by when the tree was already built, and we staged that shot. The real tree builders of the CEOs, one of the 200 Christmas trees, I just wanted to say thank you. The staff of Supervisor Long and Supervisor Zaragoza's office built the Board of Supervisors Christmas tree, one of 200, and I just wanted to kind of kick that off. Mr. Powers, as the co-chair, did a great job of pushing on this drive, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Powers here.
Yes, thank you, Chair Bennett. You were the linchpin. No question.
Unbelievable.
Let's see, there we go. So just real quick, I want to thank all the departments who participated. We had about 16 different county departments, and as you may have seen, you'll see some of the pictures. Each tree had the name of the department and their mission statement on it. Very nicely done. So just raising community awareness. You can see all the different departments we had up there. We had GSA, CEO's office, Area Agency on Aging there on the right, and the big man, Santa, of course. But really want to thank AAA because they came in with a grant for senior nutrition with, I think, about Area Agency on Aging. Thank you. With about 13 to 14,000 cans. So just really, really extraordinary. You can see there we got the Board of Supervisors, staff, Public Works, CEO's office, HSA. These trees are really nicely done if you saw them. They had the labels all turned a certain way. I mean, we saw some OCD in our staff, but it was good. Good, healthy. Yes, I'm looking at you, Catherine. That's right, yes. I won't name any other names. But as I say, HSA, GSA, HCA, where's Barry here? If I can get this thing going. There we go. Up in the upper right, he's sporting a nice hat there. Looking good. Auditor Controller's office. Fire. Let's see. Fire Ag Commissioner, RMA, ITSD. Airports. And airports had little planes they put on there. Very slick. I mean, they look very, very, kids loved it. Clerk Recorder's office and probation. And just to thank all the staff in the county family here who gathered donations before this for the last few months and then who went out and built trees on Friday and then raised awareness. I mean, Food Shares feeds 75,000 people a month in our community. So it was a huge... And they were building on Saturday. Yeah, they really did. As Paul Grossgold suggested, they did build a forest of trees. It got to be hard to walk down the street. They really did it. It was very festive, just great energy and spirit. And I really want to thank Melissa Livingston as well from the Food Share Board, who really led a lot of this, all the county department heads who were there and their team. So with that, just thank you very much.
All right, that concludes our board comments unless we have anything else. We now are at our 9:15 time certain, and this is our receive and file report back on the local emergency declared on November 26th in the unincorporated area of Santa Paula. Will we know if the sheriff's going to kick this off or the CEO is going to kick this off?
Can I share a couple of comments before?
Great.
You want me to kick it off?
I'm sorry. Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yeah.
Supervisor Zaragoza wants to start.
I want to share a couple of comments first. Thank
you.
What I'd like to share with you right now is this has nothing to do with the employees of Entera. It has to do with the whole organization. I just want the Entera employees to understand that it's not the employees that I want to talk about. But the last week, we discussed the concerns, or my concerns that I had over the incident that happened over in Santa Paula, the explosion. I was very concerned about the safety and welfare of the children and families living in the Oxnard, Lemonwood area. It's my understanding that we have approximately probably about 2,000 some individuals or residents that live at the Lemonwood area, about 800 plus children that attend the Lemonwood school. Several thousand students that attend Oxnard College and a couple of thousand students that attend Shell Islands High School. And also in the Colonia area, we have over 10,000 people that live in the Colonia area and another 800 kids that attend the Rose Avenue School. And this vacuum truck that exploded over at the Santa Clara site near Santa Paula, that exploded and created a toxic cloud that drifted over several miles in the Santa Paula area. It's really concerning to me because those trips, those extra loads that were taken over to the Santa Clara wastewater company are now being diverted over to the Entera facility on Willie Road. And as I mentioned before, we have thousands and thousands of individuals living there. And I'm really, really concerned that we're taking those loads over to Entera. And one of the things that really concerned me was this past week, that we had a story that came on in the Ventura County Star, the article about some firefighters over in Santa Paula that were hurt. Just to quote from Fire Chief as Arisa, that they were told that this was a sewage explosion, and they sent the firefighters over to the Santa Clara wastewater company without any special protection, and it turned out to be that a chemical explosion. And now, of course, the firefighters are ill and disability with probably an unknown prognosis. This is very upsetting to me as it was to the fire chief. And the reason I'm saying it's upsetting because such an incident could happen in Oxnard. And I believe that for many, many years, and I don't believe that, I just want to share with you that in Oxnard has been, for the longest time, the dumping ground for landfills, for power plants, for industrial sites, for the helical industrial and hazardous waste sites at Ormond Beach. And there was also an attempt to build an LNG plant off the coast of Oxnard. So when the wastewater plant was closed in Santa Paula, immediately they allowed double or triple the truck trips over to Ontario in the Oxnard area with no consideration given to other waste sites, although there are other sites, such as the sites in Santa Maria, Bakersfield, and Orange County. So it is not also my understanding that Ontario is not looking to add additional loads to the site. They're asking our staff to consider to extend the time to allow for additional waste loads to go to Oxnard. I personally want this to stop. I don't want any additional loads going to Oxnard. I believe the Ontario facility is the wrong place, the wrong location. We have thousands of people living there, thousands of kids attending school, thousands of students attending Oxnard College and the high school. And I think it's time that we move the Ontario facility. What I need now is assurance that the residents of Oxnard, the Lindenwood area, the Colonia area, the Rose Park, and those neighborhoods be protected. I know that our staff's going to give a report that says that by sending those loads out to out of county, that we potentially can see illegal dumping. But in their report, they're going to share that they're concerned about that. And I believe that if that is the case, and I'm sure they're going to share that because those loads are going to be sent out of county if we do stop the additional trips, that we can have the illegal dumping. So I believe that we need additional inspections over at the Ontario facility. And I know we're going to share that some of the material that goes to Ontario is just water and oil and waste. But in the report, in the report that we're going to hear on paragraph 3 of page 6 of the report, it states that some of those vehicles that are taken over to Ontario have some waste or some residual waste that could become flammable and explosive if exposed to other sources, if they mix them together. So I'm really, really concerned that we're sending additional materials to Oxnard, and I really basically want that stopped because we need to protect our children, we need to protect our residents, and I'd rather be safe than sorry. So I just wanted to share that before we start. Thank you.
Supervisor, anything else before we start the reports? Supervisor Parks?
Yeah, I again agree 100% with you, Supervisor Zaragoza. It disturbs me to hear staff saying they don't know what the substance was and may never know, because I think it's really important to find out. I realize it's difficult, but I don't like the concept that we will never know what the material is that caused the explosion. I know trucks have bill of ladings, right, that are supposed to indicate what is being brought into the plant, but I'd like more information on that. I know we have a storm coming also, and I'd like to get some information on what we can do better to see that we don't see runoff from the site spreading farther. I also had asked about why we had high radiological readings at the Oxnard plant that shut out Santa Clara wastewater use of that plant. I'd like to get more information on that. And also, if we don't know what the material is, how can we, in good conscience, take it and have it transferred over to Antero. Until we know what it is, I have concerns about trucks using Antero. And the Planning Commission just had a commission meeting where Antero requested more truck trips, and they said no. And so I'm just think we have to always put public safety first. I understand the needs of the industry, but we have to put public safety first. If the truck traffic is considered a safety hazard, not to even mention the substances that are being transferred, I think we need to revisit that decision. And I don't know about a policy that says if we don't take care of it, people are going to do something illegal. If we don't transfer it to Antero, people may do something illegal. Is that our job to, to me, if they're going to do something illegal, that needs to be stopped, not that we need to accommodate it. And then I have asked a question, and I'm hoping maybe with EPA here. I'm wondering what is the best way to dispose of this kind of wastewater? Is it best to put it through a treatment plant like Oxnard was doing for Santa Clara wastewater? Or is it better to inject it in the ground, as Antero does? And if it is true that it is better to go through a treatment plant, does the county have the authority to have a policy, a requirement actually, that this kind of waste should be treated at a treatment plant if there is the ability to do that? So that's a couple of questions I have. I know it's a big one, from the storm concerns all the way to the public safety concerns to overall a better way of dealing with this kind of waste so we don't have these kind of situations.
Mr. Chair, I understand, just to add to the supervisor's comment, is that at the Oxnard plant, apparently they were getting some radioactivity materials too that they were being transported from the Antero plant. And to me, that's really, really, I believe is really detrimental to the community.
Supervisor Long.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I certainly want to hear the staff report and hear from the folks who are here today to talk to the board as to what they know today and what they don't know. And I think it is very concerning what we don't know. But I also caution that to get the information we need, we may need to call in some other experts. I don't know if the State Department of Toxic Substance Control can be of assistance. I think we need to, if we're going to look at closing a facility, another facility, the only remaining facility that's handling, majority of what they're handling is the waste from oil injection operations, not the other waste. But if those two facilities are closed, I think it is incumbent that we know exactly what is the plan to handle these products. Because to say that they'll just go here to another county or another county, another county, and not have agreements in place, not have a plan, not work with the community who's been handling this material to make sure those agreements are in place, or there is a plan, you will get illegal activity happening. And then we have a bigger issue, both for the public safety, but for the inspection side of what our agencies may need to really become those inspectors to assure that the public, that they're not getting something dumped in their backyard watershed or ditch or something that wasn't occurring before, because there were two facilities accepting this product. It is difficult to have yet some unanswered questions on this, but we knew that last week, that this may be a longer process than we anticipated to really try and understand what caused that explosion and what the long-term residuals are. So I just look forward to hearing from staff some of those points.
I'd just like to let staff know the questions I have as you get ready to do your presentations, to whatever extent you can help, and that is to find out that we're this far along and we still don't know what happened, what the chemical is, that we have labs that refuse to test this. What I very much want to answer this. I mean, the public deserves the right to have an answer to this question. What was going on there? What what caused this problem, because questions are raised as to why at 3:45 in the morning was the stuff being dumped. Is there, that's very unusual. So there are plenty of questions about the safety of what was going on there. And the burden on anybody that wants to do business is that they have to be able to assure that the public's going to be safe. And so I want to know, what is our game plan to ultimately make sure we know what happened, and then what authority do we have to put the safeguards in to make sure that it does not happen again, whatever that may be. But the burden has to be upon the people that want to do the business to make sure that they're doing it safely. I mean, our CUP, and if to the extent that we can modify a CUP based on new safety information, I think we can, but that's my concern, that I kept thinking, well, next week we'll get the answers, and now I'm finding out we don't know when we're going to get the answers. That's pretty disconcerting going into the holiday recess of the board and not having that information. So I hope that you can help with that as much as you can in your presentation here today. Mr. Powers?
To protect our residents and our children.
Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Bennett and board members. In light of these questions and others, we've coordinated with all the impacted departments to provide a status report and some action plans for you, which includes fire, RMA, sheriff, ag commissioner, APCD, as well as the supervisor mentioned the EPA officials are here this morning to help answer your question about testing, cleanup plan, permitting, and other action plans. So with that, environmental health and RMA are going to lead us off, I think.
Great. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers. I'm Chris Stevens with the Resource Management Agency. I'll try and respond to as many of the comments and questions raised by the board. A lot of those are in the area of the materials themselves, and I'll ask Rick Vandelin to come up and he'll introduce. We have some representatives from Patriot Environmental, which is the contracted firm to do the cleanup, as well as the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency that is out on the site. They will do a far better job at responding to questions about the materials, what we may or may not know of them, and what may have happened out there than I certainly could. So there were a number of items that were mentioned here. The first one, maybe I'll start in reverse. Chair Bennett, you mentioned what our options were for addressing this and when we might know what happened. The District Attorney's Office immediately went out to the site, has collected quite a bit of information, and it has an ongoing investigation into that. They have a lot of those materials. We don't have them available to us, so we will perhaps have to wait until the DA has concluded their investigation before we will know precisely what happened at the site. But once we get that information in terms of what our options are, our zoning ordinance contemplates the modification of permits and discretionary permits that are issued, and there is a process outlined there and findings that can be made by ultimately the Planning Commission or the board, depending on the permitting authority, to initiate modifications to the permit to ensure that we address the health, safety, and welfare of the community. So there is a process outlined for us to do so once we have that information.
Once we have the information.
Yes.
And this is probably a question that may have to be answered later, but it's a combination of county council and to yourself and to the district attorney's office, and that is, I assume the district attorney has a responsibility that if he has information that could currently affect the health and well-being of the citizens, that even though he has an investigation going on, he somehow has to make that available to the appropriate agency so that they can take appropriate safety action?
Well, I would certainly think so.
Right.
I haven't, I don't know the details of his investigation, but I would certainly think that is true.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you.
And in the meantime, as noted in the staff report, the planning director has suspended the conditional use permit out there, so there's no operations out of the facility until we have a handle on what's going on and can determine whether or not a modification is required before they can.
Is that completely
reopen.
shut down?
That's correct.
Okay.
The question, we don't have a policy with respect to illegal activities or illegal dumping of materials. it is just an issue, as noted in the board, that we have to consider in instances like this. I believe give you an example, after the Northridge earthquake, we authorized the Simi Valley landfill to take additional loads so that folks were not dumping their construction debris or whatever inappropriately. That's just one example of a kind of response where we want to be responsive to the communities, and in this case, a business portion of the community, their needs, in as responsible a way as possible. Just so we don't want to encourage that activity, certainly, but we do not have any evidence here that there has been any illegal dumping going on as a result of this incident. So it's just something that we consider as we weigh our options for how to address emergencies such as this. The question about the radiological readings with respect to the City of Oxnard, we've met with the City of Oxnard staff, and the latest information we have from them is they are still tracking the source of those. They have not definitively identified them, and it's ongoing data collection and lab samples and analysis going on. So as soon as we've asked them to keep us informed so that we know, have as much information available to us as possible as we determine what our options are here at the county with our permitting. I've also asked Rick and the other entities out at the site to address the storm that's coming up and explain to you what they're doing to prepare for that. And
could I ask about the radiological? Oxnard is looking at the source. I mean, we know that it's coming through Santa Clara waste pipeline into the Oxnard treatment plant, and that's why they shut them out from using their pipeline. Isn't that correct?
I believe so. And I don't know. I don't believe anyone is here from the city to answer that definitively. I think I did not sense we had a definitive answer from them, and it's not. They have a method of going through their system and tracking the points at which things enter their system. I think they are confident that that is the case. They're not confident they know the source also of what the material was carrying that.
Any information would be helpful.
Oh, absolutely.
What kind of readings are they getting, and what do they think the contaminant is that's causing the radiological reading?
Right.
Mr. Chair, Chris, my understanding is that the pipeline is connected from the Santa Cruz water plant right to the Oxnard sewer water plant.
It enters their system, I believe, up in the north part of Oxnard.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Yeah, that's as it was explained to us in our meeting.
So that material should be coming probably from the wastewater plant, potentially.
That's why they were shut out. So.
Yeah.
Right. But they're as it was explained to us, they are still doing
investigation
samples and lab work to determine definitively what the source of that is. So we've asked them, as I said, to keep us informed so we have the information as soon as possible.
And it would be interesting to know what kind of readings they were too, if we can get that.
Okay, and Rick may have some of that information to share. I don't have it at my fingertips. The last thing that I mentioned the Planning Commission discussion that they had just a few months ago with respect to Intera. That was not necessarily a description of the appropriate the level of trucks and what their impacts were. It was a interpretation of a condition in the permit, and the planning director had determined that the condition identified 24 trucks as the limit. The Antero representatives had a different interpretation. They appealed that to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission ruled in favor of the planning director. And since that time, it's my understanding the Antero facility, until this emergency, was operating at that 24 truck limit. So it was as much more of a question of interpretation of a permit condition than an environmental impacts of a certain level of truck trips. And the planning director's here if you want to get into any more details on that hearing.
So, Mr. Chair, I understand that now they're up to 60 trucks. Is that correct?
This week they are limited to what would be 44 trucks per day, and then
plus
the temporary increase expires this Saturday, and this Saturday they will be back down to their permit level of 24 trips.
And they're asking for additional.
Just to be clear, they're permitted for 24,
That's
but you've
correct.
granted an additional 20.
That's correct.
And that ends...
And that ends this
Not
Saturday.
40.
Right.
Not 20 plus 40.
That's correct.
Okay.
And the basis for the limit,
The truck, the 24 trips in the permit?
why is there a limit?
That was the request, this is my understanding, and I said the planning director's here, I believe that was the request made by the previous owners of the facility. They asked for 24 trips when they made their permit application. Those were the trips that they were granted.
So, I mean, they could, if they had asked for 100, they could be getting 100. There is no nexus, no specific reason why you need to limit trucks there to any number?
You have to
I'll
evaluate
ask
the
the planning
environmental
director.
impact based on the environmental
There was an
impact is
environmental
based on the-
document prepared
on the
for the
application.
project, and I'm not familiar with the number of trips that were assumed within that document. I'll leave that to the planning director.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board. Kim Perlhart, the planning director. The reason that it was 24 is correct. They asked for 24, so the environmental document that was prepared at that time only analyzed 24. So if they would have asked for 100, we would have done the analysis through the county system, through the initial study assessment guidelines for 100. So the debate at the planning commission was, is 24, the condition said 24 tanker trucks, and there was a debate about what tanker trucks meant. And in my opinion, it was 24 deliveries coming to the site, and that's what they were allowed to have, and that's what the Planning Commission upheld. So we did ask them for the records. We ask them for them once a month, and they have stayed fast to the 24 limit since the Planning Commission hearing. That was in October, with the exception of what they're doing now, which is they are ratcheting down to 20 extra trucks a day. And even the limits of the trucks that we gave them extra, in talking to Santa Clara Waste, asking them what percentage of their business was this Class 2 deliveries, because, you know, they can only take a certain portion. They can only take the oil field waste Class 2 delivery. That's all they can take. And so in talking to Santa Clara, we got a number from them, what they thought it was, maybe 40 trips a day. And so we took that number and then we've ratcheted it down to let the industry come to terms with, we don't have another place to put this in the county besides Antara. And so over the last 3.5 weeks, where we had given them more to begin with and then slowly reduced that number to give the industry some time to react to that.
Kim, Mr. Chair, when the trucks go into Antara, are they inspected individually to make sure that the liquid they're saying is the liquid that's supposed to be going in there? Or the fluids, you know?
They are, what's going in there is regulated by Dogger, and I think Antara is here today to talk to you about exactly how that goes. So they do have a lot of regulations on it. We did talk to Dogger, and we had extensive conversations about that at the Planning Commission level hearing, but I think Antara can speak
And the
to you
concern
about
I
that.
have is, over at Santa Clara, they were supposed to take Class 2 material, and they ended up with explosive materials. My concern is, even though Antara is required to have only oil and water, what guarantee do we have, or assurances do we have, that we're not going to have an illegal explosive material end up at Antara?
Santa Clara, when it went through the process, and they've been out there for close to 60 years, they have the ability to take over 100 different waste streams. That is much different than Antara. So, you know, I don't know if there could ever be a guarantee, but the operations are two separate and distinct operations.
And that's my concern, that what if we have an illegal load go over to Oxford and we have an explosion and we have this plume of chemicals, you know, that's my concern.
I understand.
Okay.
Board members, go ahead.
Let me just ask, Kim, if I can just ask you, how long has Antara been operating? Do you have any idea?
I don't have the exact date, but they've been out there for 1998.
Okay, so they've been operating for a while and we haven't had any issues. And part of the same thing that Antara takes is a lot of the regular oil companies have their own wells that they do this in naturally anyway, don't they?
Right.
In their own fields, this is something they automatically do. They take this, what comes out, they have to put back down on the ground. And this is for smaller companies that don't have their own wells and they can do that kind of, they're just coming and doing that because they don't have a disposal well like this, correct?
That's exactly correct. Most of the larger oil industries have their own injection wells. I want to say there's 250 injection wells in the county, and so most of them have their own. This is the only one that is a commercial one that's available for Class 2 disposal that do not have their own injection wells on their site. So we do have letters that have come in the last few days from that particular industry that's saying we're not sure where we're going to go if we can't fit into their 24 trips.
Right, because a lot of the other big companies don't allow other people to come in. This was made so the smaller people could do that. But going through that historically, then that's what they do. They just have this, and they have to dump it, and they have to put it back in the ground. They can't leave it on top of the ground. So this is just a normal thing. So the idea that other things will be coming, people aren't coming to these type of Anteras or anyplace else to dump other stuff. They just are dumping what comes out of oil wells.
That is true.
Yeah, I mean that's what it's set up for, and that's what it's been doing, and that's what the industry's been doing forever to make sure it's environmentally clean.
That is true. But the county will have to struggle with that issue regardless because the Antera facility does expire in 2016. So they will be before your board asking for a text amendment.
And then if we don't do something like that, then all these trucking are going to have to truck it through our county and throughout, and bigger pollution, bigger trucks to try to get it someplace, right?
There's other places that people could put this kind of waste, right? It's an allowed use. Somebody could come in and apply for a permit. It's an allowed use in the open space zone, for instance.
Right,
So they could come in and apply for it in a different location. Another applicant could.
Right. Okay. I was just curious because some of the stuff we've been saying is this is just something natural that goes on all over the country, and people do this. It's just a natural part of the industry.
But the concern here is that we're interested in the populated area now with thousands and thousands of people. I mean, sure, we need that, but I think it's in the wrong place now. So, anyway.
A couple things. One, this hearing is going to take longer than the half hour that we've allocated for it. We're almost over that time. We have 6 public speakers. I'm going to ask the public speakers to limit yourself to 3 minutes instead of 5 minutes. So if you'll begin, I'm telling you that in advance while the presentation is going on, so you can start paring down your comments if you have 5 minutes worth of comments. I know we still want to make sure we get a complete report from everybody, and I think we want to make sure that supervisors, so I'm just trying to alert them, but I want to make sure that supervisors all get to ask their questions also on this important topic. I would point out, I appreciate your comments, Supervisor Foy, about this happening and being fairly routine in the industry. If we would have asked the question 3 weeks ago, or about 6 weeks ago, we would have said the Santa Clara treatment plant hasn't had any history of problems either. Mm-hmm. So the issue is not the routine stuff. I think, in my mind, the question was something other than routine stuff.
That's exactly. Well, the only difference is that one's allowed to take other things. That's why I'm saying this other situation.
Sure. So I think the whole issue of being assured that these facilities really are only taking what they're supposed to be taking, whatever that is clearly. Nobody said it's okay to take something that could blow up like this blew up. That's, I think, the issue in my mind is all of these facilities, are they really taking? Because it's very hard to monitor. Once it's injected, it's very hard for anybody to know what actually got injected in the ground. And so getting that assurance, I think, is really a big issue, and one that the public certainly has a right to expect have whatever resources need to be devoted to make sure that that's happening. So back to your presentation.
Sure.
Right?
If there's no further questions of me, I think I'd like to ask Rick Bandelin to come up from Environmental Health and give you a description of an update on what's been going on at the site cleanup out of the Santa Clara Waste
And for the benefit of everybody that's on a time certain item, everything's just going to be moved back here some today. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers. As Chris said, Environmental Health's out there with U.S. EPA overseeing the cleanup, and that is our primary focus right now, is the cleanup. I know a lot of questions are exactly what happened so it doesn't happen again. Right now, we are just focused on the cleanup, and I'll provide a quick update, and then I'll get to your questions as well. But before I do that, I do want to state that we don't have any evidence right now that shows or suggests that the truck that did blow up came in with that material in it. It could have been an internal truck that's used to transport materials from one area of the property to another. They do that because I don't think they have piping. So they transport materials from one part of the property to the other in these trucks, and it's just as likely that they could have made some chemical reaction in this truck and it blew up. And as Chris and Kim said, the types of materials that Antera has versus Santa Clara wastewater are different.
I'm going to interrupt you very quickly. You just said you're focused on the cleanup. You're not focused on and so I would like whoever else is out there in terms of presentation, I'd like to know who is focused on making sure it doesn't happen again right now. Not who's going to be focused on that later, but who's focused right now to make sure it doesn't happen again is a fair question, I think, for us to ask while you focus, on how do we clean up what is currently there.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Well, there's several agencies investigating. I believe OSHA's been there, and the DA. And as soon as we get some information from them, we'll be an active participant in that so we can prevent this, because we do regulate this facility as well as Antera.
Great, thank you.
So although we're not part of the primary investigation, we are going to obtain information that can help to prevent this.
Great, thank you.
But Patriot Environmental is here. They're the contractor that's been hired by Santa Clara Wastewater, and they can provide more specific information on the actual status. But I'll give you in a nutshell what's been going on for the last week. They've identified sectors on the property to sort of work from the outside in. As they go towards the middle, they've decontaminated and neutralized the material. And although we don't know what the exact material is, they know enough to know how it reacts and how to neutralize it. And that's been done with on-site chemists as well as field testing. So as they go towards the middle, they've neutralized, they go back and do swabs and wipe samplings to verify that the neutralization techniques were effective. So that's been done the last few days, as well as over the weekend, the rainwater that was collected has been pumped into containers so they can treat that later, and also to prepare for the next storm, which is expected over late Thursday to Friday. But it's hard to see in that photo, but they're right now trying to remove the vehicles that are in the center area, which is, it's hard to see, but Sector D2 is the main spill area. And they're trying to decontaminate and remove the vehicles so they can get to that area. And hopefully in the next week or so. Sure. Is there a laser pointer or use the mouse?
It's the top button.
Okay.
Don't point it there. It's the top right here.
I wouldn't do that.
This one, right here. Push that one.
So this is the main, what we're calling the main spill area. It's got a few other names, but that's the area they're trying to get towards so they can neutralize it and solidify it in off-site disposal. And hopefully that can be done over the next several weeks. In the meantime, as I said, they're preparing for the next storm, which is Thursday. And we've been, as they come in, getting reports and putting them on our website, which also has links to US EPA's website for this incident, as well as air sampling as it comes in. So getting back to some of the questions of the board, because we may not know if this is actually brought in this way. This truck maybe didn't have a bill of lading. It could have just been accidentally mixed at the site and the reaction created an explosive mixture. There was another question about radiologicals, and that isn't anything that we regulate or have been provided information on.
Do we know what the vacuum truck was carrying when the liquid?
No.
So that whatever he was carrying, whether that was mixed with something else that was there, was caused the explosion, supposedly.
Right. But we don't know if it came from off-site that way, or it's just as likely as it was mixed at the site by the chemicals that they use on-site to treat the wastewater.
And the name of the company of the truck that brought the material in, do they know what was in that truck?
That part of the investigation,
It has not
I'm not
been-
aware.
okay.
You were saying the truck itself could have just been a truck that they use on site to transfer from one vessel to another. So it's not necessarily a truck that was brought in from outside that blew up, but rather a truck that was used on site.
Correct. And there's, if you can see in this photo, there's one here, there's another here. There's several, and we have a representative from Patriot who is working at the site that can maybe provide more information about that specific truck or how the operation works there.
So how do you handle, since the county doesn't deal with radiological waste, and there is a record that some has come from this facility, what agency does?
The California Department of Public Health, they have a radiological branch that
Okay.
if we get calls, and we do, we refer them to the state.
And are they involved in this investigation and looking at the materials on site?
I do not know if City of Oxnard's reached out to them or asked for any kind of help on this.
So the Oxnard inspectors was one that detected the radiology material? We
I
don't
think
know.
so.
We don't know.
That
That's all part of
particular
the
issue, I don't have much knowledge on. I did not get copied on any letters that came from either the city to Santa Clara Wastewater.
It
so I don't
does
have
make
any
sense, though. I mean, if they do have, it was in late November that they were shut out because of radiological waste potential cited coming from this facility. So it makes sense that public health, the state public health, should be involved in the investigation too. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, I'm not sure even
Okay.
the nature of those types of materials. They could be naturally occurring.
Yeah, but you
and I'm
wonder
not
if
sure
it's
the
going to have
detection
such a
levels.
high reading that they're not going to take it. It's not just to me, it wouldn't just be some naturally occurring. But that's information that we need to know, too.
Yeah, and then I can, if they haven't already, get the superintendent for Oxnard to get some information to him from Department of Public Health so he can follow up and get some assistance if needed.
And I think that's Mr. Reinberg, right?
I think so, yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
Well, I'd like to ask our CEO certainly to work with and the city manager and to see how, see if they have asked the Department of Public Health to come in. We need some answers on that side of it. And I certainly see the deputy mayor in the audience, so she's aware of, and I'm probably fully engaged with all the same concerns.
Will do.
Thank you, Rick.
So if there's any questions for the contractor or US EPA, they are here. And I can invite them up.
Well, we're going to get all the information once the investigation is completed and find out exactly, or if we ever can find out what happened, and what caused the explosion. And my biggest concern right now is that doesn't happen in Oxnard.
I understand that. And because the operations are different,
Yes.
Although there are no guarantees, the likelihood is a lot less because they don't have the types of chemicals that Santa Clara Wastewater did.
Thank you.
Okay.
Regarding this storm, from what I read in the paper, there was some of the waste that got out onto the public street, even though we had bermed it and all. Are we doing some other measures or greater measures to assure that this next storm that's coming, I guess Thursday night, they're talking about a pretty good storm, doesn't carry it further?
Yeah, I can invite Jason up with Patriot, but just to answer the question about it wasn't part of the spill. It was just runoff from the site. It was
Right.
from where it's on that map, I don't really know, but it was runoff water that they did sample before it was running off. And it wasn't from the spill area, it was just runoff water from the site.
Okay.
But
He's right there.
oh, if you can kind of address that as far as the storm prep for the upcoming storm.
Chairman Bennett, members of the board, good morning. Just to clarify, there was no product that left the site. We did have some water. We are working as a co-op with the company CTEH, comprised of toxicologists, air monitoring, and chemists. We immediately, when we saw water getting close to possibly breaching, immediately dispatched them to the area. Let's see if I can use this. There you go. Immediately to this area right here. And I have a small map I can provide to the board if you'd like it. That's where surface water samples were taken and confirmed that nothing had left the site. We actually did another outfall sample right here, and ensured that there was no chemical in that area. What we had done for the storm is we had noticed the product starting to move from here, starting to migrate this way. So right behind the tanker barrel truck there, we provided a sandbag berm. We also sandbagged around here, this little tank farm, as a precautionary because we didn't know what may had been in there. We also sandbagged, and it's still there. You can see it running perpendicular to the bottom here, sandbag berm there. We then noticed that water started to come around these totes and started to migrate this way. So we were consistently taking samples to ensure that it wasn't any of the polymers or possible products.
They're expecting another inch or a couple of inches of rain this Friday too. So
that
you're
is
prepped for that?
That is the possibility. So what we have done, this is clean, and we are working all of this, and if you can look close enough, it's labeled Sector B. This is all clean, and it's basically being used as gross decon for the vehicles. So in preparation, as we're working continuously, what we're looking to do is start to bring the dirt to provide what we're going to use for solidification of this. We have neutral pHs around the outer edge here, so we're just going to use the dirt as berms, and then secondary we'll look at doing new sandbags as well. So as this operation continues, we're basically looking to just control this because everything along here will be neutralized by today.
All right, thank you. I'm going to try to move us along here. Other presentations from the CEO's office?
EPA officials answer any questions
Is that
on
it?
the testing?
Do we have a representative from the district attorney's office here? Okay.
We do not. I have spoken to Mr. Totten.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think we, traditionally, I'm sure the district attorney's going to say it's under investigation, but love to have the district attorney be able to try to give whatever information he can give to staff so that they can make the decisions that they have to make, right?
Yeah, he's getting that right now. I just talked to him this morning.
All right,
I
excellent.
did have that one outstanding question. I think they told me the EPA would be able potentially to answer it, and that's regarding the best disposal option. And if you have a choice between going through a treatment plant or through a ground well injection, is there a preferred method?
Is Environmental Protection Agency here?
Good morning. My name is Tom Dunkelman, and I work in the EPA Emergency Response Program. And unfortunately, I really can't answer your question for you. Okay. My program, our job is to work with the county and to supervise and direct the cleanup. There are other programs within EPA that do regulate these types of facilities, and I'm sure that they've already been in contact with various staff at the county, but if they haven't, we can ensure that that happens.
Thank you. And you also don't deal with the radiological aspect. That's not something you're looking at this site.
Yeah, as it pertains to the cleanup of the facility, that would be part of my role. But, currently we're not seeing radiological materials at the facility.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to be here today. We appreciate that, right? All right, we have a number of speakers. I'm going to move to the public speakers unless any supervisor has anything else before that. All right, so Cesar Morales, and could you please come up to be on deck, Sandra Burkhart, so that we can move promptly here. So Sandra, if you'd come to the front row. And we have more cards coming in. Could you please submit those cards so that we know exactly how many speakers we have? Mr. Morales, good morning.
Good morning.
3 minutes.
Chairman Bennett, Mr. Powers, members of the board. My name is Cesar Morales. I'm superintendent of the Oxnard School District with a student enrollment of 17,300, including preschool. We serve preschool through 8th grade. In this area, we have approximately 5,000 students among 6 schools that all reside within a 2-mile radius of the facility where potentially hazardous and explosive materials are being transported to. I understand the amount of information that you're receiving to make your decisions. I understand the inconclusive nature of that information and the frustration that would go along with the analysis of that. But I come to you just to report out. I understand as a school district official, it's my job to maintain children be safe every day in school. We have emergency response plans for a variety of unexpected and unforeseen circumstances. I would rather leave those for those situations as opposed to a situation that could be prevented. It is for that reason that I support members of the board that would require stricter guidelines and safety procedures, as well as opposition to any explosive contaminants that would be brought into the area that could be hazardous to the Oxnard community, as well as to our student community. Right now, I'm sure the Santa Paula School District is experiencing increases in health issues from staff and students. Those are normal circumstances that occur when situations like this exist. We have a much denser population in a concentrated area, in addition to a hospital not too far away. So there's a lot of potential damage to the human capital of our area. And I would appreciate strong consideration of doing what is safe and most safe in our area, and to provide agencies such as the school districts as well as cities impact reports and procedures that would be necessary along with this type of potential hazard. Thank you.
Mr. Morales, thank you for your testimony, and my apologies. I pronounced it Caesar. I didn't read carefully. It's Cesar.
It's fine. If it comes with a smile, I'm good.
Cesar, you mentioned, Superintendent, thank you so much for coming in. And you mentioned, I only counted 2 schools, but apparently there's other schools nearby.
Yeah.
And I forgot about St. John's too. That's about a mile away from there.
It's about a mile away.
But I want to thank you because we need to protect our students.
Thank you.
Sandra Burkhart on deck, Steve Nash. Good morning, Ms. Burkhart.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I represent WISPA, Western States Petroleum Association. My name is Sandra Burkhart, and WISPA represents the bulk of petroleum exploration, transport, refining, marketing in California and 4 other Western states. Listening to the discussion today, clearly lack of information, lack of facts is a part of this discussion. And hearing that there isn't there aren't actual facts right now, we would, as an industry, support Antera's request to increase temporarily their extension of trips based upon the staff report and the fact that there are no other options. And since there are no facts, we don't know who's to blame. It would be unfair for Antera to be blamed for this. And certainly I would think that, we obviously want to protect our community here, but sending trucks to other cities and other counties and increasing both the carbon footprint and the potential risk in those areas, there are also people in all of those communities as well. And so doing it right here locally would be probably the safest alternative for us at this point. So we do support Antera's request for an extension today. And if I don't see you all, have a happy holiday.
Would that be even if disposal sites and other facilities were not in populated areas? You would still make the contention
There are
that
still
it's safer?
risks when sending trucks on the roads. There's always risks involved with something like that. It was stated earlier that the industry is highly regulated, so it would make sense to keep it right here in town where we can do it safely. And again, there has been no blame or facts to support oil industry for this horrible disaster.
I appreciate that, but I'm just asking a question. If there is a site that's not in a populated area, you're saying the transport is the safety risk of the transport outweighs the risk to the populated area?
I think in general, anytime you're going to have to transport and go somewhere else, there are lots of different risks that need to be evaluated, and certainly population is one piece of the risk involved, so I don't think it would be fair to say that simply by finding an unpopulated location somewhere that would alleviate the risk that could be associated with travel.
The question isn't alleviate, the question is which is the greater risk, the populated area or the unpopulated?
I think that's a question that can't be answered without knowing where that location would be, and how far away it would be. So.
Okay, your statement before it said that it was greater risk to go outside, so it's really, we can't tell whether it's greater or not based on the information.
That's true, and again, because we don't have the facts,
great.
These are the types of discussions that obviously we want to have when we have more information.
Thank you very much. But we're exposing thousands of individuals that we know are there as opposed to other areas.
Well, potentially. We don't have the facts, so we don't actually know what caused this and whether specifically Class 2 waste would be considered that type of a hazard, right? I mean, we need more information.
That's the assurance that we need that doesn't happen.
Absolutely, which is why I think making decisions without facts.
Thank you very much. Steve Nash on deck, Brian Palmero.
Thank you, Chair Bennett, supervisors, and staff. I'm Steve Nash, resident of Oxnard. And as I dropped off my property tax this morning, it got me thinking, what am I getting for this money? The short answer is, I am buying the health, safety, and welfare for my family. That is what I expect the elected politicians to ensure that I get. This, I thought, was an extremely poor staff report. So many unanswered questions. I had to laugh at myself when they say, well, we don't know what the substance is, but we've neutralized it. Does that make any sense to any of you? It doesn't make any sense to me. The fact that we have this facility discharging to Oxnard. We have Antera on the outskirts of Oxnard. We have Agramin on the outskirts of Oxnard. What is the common thread? These are all facilities located in less affluent areas. This is a matter of economic and environmental justice. You are impacting the poorer communities by permitting these facilities to be located in these areas. If this is such a benign process, why don't we have a Class 2 injection well in Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, Ojai, Camarillo? Why is it in Oxnard, on the outskirts, and Oxnard's sphere of influence, certainly? This is very upsetting to me, and I'm, enough is enough. Oxnard has paid the price for decades. If these uses are so harmless, let the other communities step forward and volunteer their cities to accept some of these benign waste, which I don't think are so benign. At some point, we are going to have to pay the piper for injecting these things not into our aquifer, but beneath our aquifer. There's no guarantee that 50 years from now, the integrity of the well casings will remain in place. We won't be here, but our kids will be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Brian Palmero, and on deck, Sandy Coleman.
Good morning, supervisors. As we are trying to move this along, I will make this brief. My name is Brian Palmero, and I am here as a representative of the Central Energy Alliance. We are here to speak today in support of Santerra and their operations. Safe local disposal is important to local industry. Without a viable local operator, those in need of this service will have to move outside of the county and bring future risk into the county. This increases traffic and our carbon footprint. It also increases costs, which hurts local operators' ability to expand good-paying jobs that employ local Ventura County residents. I urge you to please support local jobs. Thank you very much.
Sandy Coleman on deck, Peter Goldenring.
Good morning. I'm Sally Coleman, president of Anterra. That's okay. I'm here to answer your questions, and I really want to set the record straight on a few different issues. One, as has been stated numerous times before, the Anterra facility is very, very different from the Santa Clara wastewater facility. As a Class 2 injection disposal site, we are restricted to only taking unrefined oil field material only. That means it's the less volatile, heavier end material. So we take in drilling muds, drill cuttings, produced water, and contaminated soils. And right now, because the price of oil being so low, we're predominantly taking in water. And for every barrel of oil that's extracted, there are about 10 barrels of water, that's salt water, very salty brine that really doesn't have a lot of destinations to go to other than injection disposal. And there are actually 442 other active injection disposal wells all over this county, not just in Oxnard area. It just happens to be that our area is site specific because it is an old oil producing site that's been in the family since the 50s. And as old production wells fail, they sometimes are converted into injection disposal wells. And so our business is family owned, and we care about this community. I've worked in this public sector for 25 years, and I worked for the city of Oxnard for 8 years. I love the city of Oxnard, and in fact, we're working with a realtor right now to move our corporate office and our truck yard over to Oxnard. And many of our employees live in Oxnard, and we take this very seriously. We try to run the best company we possibly can, and I have spent many days reaching out to the community, trying to offer myself, to answer any questions anybody has. I've offered to go to neighborhood council meetings. We've updated our website, spent a tremendous amount of effort and energy reaching out to the community because I don't want there to be fear. I want there to be true understanding of what we do. We do not take in any type of industrial waste. We do sample every single load. We do profile all of our waste streams, and we run a very, very carefully, highly regulated operation. And I feel confident with all the procedures and the training that my staff have in place, and I believe that we'll continue to be able to service this industry, which is vitally important to this county. And you can see them represented here today. It's not just the oil companies. It's oil companies, it's tank companies, it's pumping companies, it's electricians, it's uniform companies, it's welders. It's a variety of people that are indirectly affected by not having appropriate disposal options. And with the price of oil being so low and the lifting costs being so high, to increase the disposal price would put a lot of companies out of business. And as has been said before me, it's the smaller companies that bring their waste to Anterra. They're the ones that don't have the active injection disposal wells. And that's who we cater to. And we need to be able to keep those companies alive because they employ a lot of people. And we will continue to do it safely. And I welcome more oversight. We are highly regulated now, but anytime any regulator wants to come on site.
Ms. Coleman, you're at your 3 minutes.
Okay.
All right. Supervisor Long?
I just have a question to follow up on your statement, Ms. Coleman. You said that you sample every load that comes into the
We do. We draw a sample out of each truck to verify that it's consistent with the manifest that's received.
Okay. Thank you.
And can fracking fluids be included in those?
We have just elected to not bring in fracking fluids. They are an allowable waste stream under our Dogger permit, but I did attend the SB4 meeting that was held at Ventura College when Dogger was working on their EIR, and I heard the concerns that people had, and I'm now 1 year as president, and that was right after I became president, and I heard the fear and the concern in people's voice, and I knew that now I had the opportunity to act on that, and so we just proactively chose to not accept frac fluids. And nobody's fracking around here anyway, so it hasn't been a problem for us.
And if there are trace amounts of fracking fluid in the material,
that would not show up in the analytical testing that we do.
It doesn't show up in the testing, but do you accept them if you know that they have frac fluids as part of the operation? So the frac fluid would be coming, but it would be below your...
Well, again, it's not something that's detected in the analytical procedures that we do. So if somebody characterized it as something other than frac fluid, we would not know that it was in there. But we don't have anybody here that's fracking. There are no current fracking permits that I'm aware of.
But if you knew somebody had...
Then we would deny it. You can see our service is in great demand
you.
right now, so we have the ability to kind of pick and choose.
Mr. Chair, quick question. I respect, that's what I mentioned initially, all the employees who work there, and I'm not blaming the employees or anything like that. I think we need them, and I think it helps the economy. The question is that Antera is in the wrong place now. Antera is surrounded by a population of thousands of residents and thousands of children, hospitals and colleges and so forth. That's my concern, that's it in the wrong place.
And that's why I want to make sure that you understand the distinction between the two types of waste streams. We bring in only oil filled, which is highly compatible. It's just water and mud and dirt. So there's...
And the other concern real quick is that potentially we could have wrong materials going there and cause an explosion.
That's why we're monitoring all of our trucks.
That's the biggest concern that we have.
So unless the company says that it's fracking fluid, it could just be produced water goes in. But you've said a couple of times no one's fracking. I don't think that's an accurate description. I think actually there's fracking going on right on the Oxnard Plain.
No customer that we have that I'm aware of is actively fracking, and no one has submitted any request to us to bring in frac fluids.
Okay, but this just the statement that nobody's fracking.
Well, in talking with Bruce Hessen, it sounds to me, he's our Dogger regulator. Mm-hmm. He had indicated to me that there wasn't current fracking going on. I don't regulate that, so I'm not aware of it, but based on the waste streams that we receive, his statement was consistent with what we're observing.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman.
Thank you.
Peter Goldenring on deck, Carmen Ramirez. Good morning, Mr. Goldenring.
Good morning, Chair Bennett and supervisors. I want to briefly follow up on Ms. Coleman and answer a couple of questions that I heard from Supervisor Parks and Supervisor Zaragoza. Antera does not have the ability to move. It's a reinjection well, and the geologics for that reinjection well are unique. It goes down somewhere in the vicinity of 6,000 feet, and to move it is not possible. So it is site-specific. In terms of the concerns about the materials, it might be helpful for you to know that the way materials move to Antera is the generator, the oil company, is required to fill out a uniform manifest, uniform waste or uniform hazardous manifest. And they are required to specify exactly what that material is. That then, one copy is maintained by the oil company, and several copies then go to the transporter. The transporter then acknowledges and documents it. That then comes to Antera. Antera sees the representations of both the generator and the transporter, and then Antera likewise has to document its receipt. Now, on top of that, Antera is sampling and doing analytics on every single load. So your concern, or the concern about what is it, we have the system that I've described is set up by the feds. It's controlled by the state, and then Antera has on top of that set up a methodology of analytics to catch really what is in essence the concern, which is what if someone's lying to us and lying to the transporter. And so the extra level of analytics is to try to catch the lie. One would hope that oil companies around the analytics that they're required to do in the representations wouldn't lie, because there's a huge consequence in the world for a generator not to be honest around the material that they're offloading and is rolling down the street. The second concern I had from you, Supervisor Parks, is there a better way? And the answer is yes, there is actually. And the better way is that in the Antara cycle, there is the ability to bring in technology where roughly 80% of the water that is normally now going down the reinjection well can be purified and used in agricultural or other environments. That technology exists. Antara wants to bring in that technology, which would allow not just less reinjection, but would allow for greater water usage and recycling. Here's the problem. When Antara was permitted in 1998, that was all possible. In 2000, the zoning was changed. Antara at the time didn't know about it. The staff reports, none of the records show that anybody had that on the radar. So Antara is a legal nonconforming use. So staff's position is because it's legal nonconforming, Antara can't spend the money to do that. And that included, for example, even just putting in new driveways becomes problematic.
Your 3 minutes is up.
Mr. Chair, real quick, Mr. Goldenring, does Antara have a life?
Yes, it's 2018 is when the CUP runs out. Antara is currently in the process of a zone text amendment application that will come before your board. And to answer your question, it's at that point in time that you can say, here are the things we want in the CUP. Here's the truck trip controls, here's the piping, here's the safety things, here's the technology things. And that's what Antara wants to do.
Or maybe it's in the wrong place.
Or maybe it's in the wrong place and I won't be able to convince you otherwise.
Thank you.
You're correct. Thank you.
Council member Carmen Ramirez and good morning, and Mike Hale is on deck.
Good morning, Chair Bennett and supervisors, Mr. Powers, Mr. Berg. I am glad to be here today. I'm actually Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Oxnard, and I'm here on behalf of myself as the city hasn't officially taken position on this particular item. I would like to say that Oxnard is finally getting its act together and not always accepting that it is going to be the sacrifice zone for this county. And I'm going to align myself with the comments made by Mr. Nash and Dr. Morales about what has been going on in the past. And I certainly recognize we need to have jobs and we need to have this industry here. And I appreciate the comments from the people from the oil and gas industry talking about wanting to limit carbon footprint. That is progress. At the same time, while jobs may be at stake, public safety is always got to be the first concern of our government, our elected officials. So I really appreciated hearing the comments from the supervisors about public safety and what is at stake. We have, I think there's a trust issue here as represented by what happened at Santa Clara Wastewater. The public is supposed to trust what is being said, and we cannot always trust. We have a dearth of information here. Questions need to be answered. The reports need to be developed. So we do have many questions about what is safe. The City of Oxnard did cut off the treatment product coming from Santa Clara Wastewater because of its threat to public safety as well as to the city's infrastructure potentially. We've invested millions of dollars, taxpayer dollars, in creating an advanced water purification facility, which means that we cannot allow toxic, corrosive materials to come in. And that's what was being shown prior to the explosion. That's what was coming into our system. That is the sewer treatment plant, different again from the Antara injection well. But I think questions are raised about what is coming. Can we trust the statement of or the records? And we have found it lacking. So I ask you to really, really trust but verify that what we're getting is safe, that ultimately is safe. There are cumulative effects that these materials are going to have ultimately. Somebody will have to pay the price. It may not be our generation or the next generation, but somebody will have to pay, and we do have to find a better way to do it. So I ask you to consider public safety as your number one duty, our number one duty as elected officials, and then go from there. Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you very much for taking the time to come and speak to us. Mike Hale on deck, Logan Allen. Good morning, Mr. Hale.
Good morning. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I've never spoke before, but I feel I have to today.
Take your time and relax.
The reason why I'm here to talk today is not only just for Antera's behalf, but all the companies that are here that bring waste to Antera, the oil field companies, the transportation companies. It not only affects Antera, but it affects a lot of people. And I think it's been misrepresented about the amount of people that it affects. Antera deals with small companies, but they also deal with large companies too, because a lot of the large oil companies, they have injection wells, but they go down a lot. And they also have, in the event that they don't go down, they still have such a vast amount of material to get rid of that their wells can't keep up, so they need to have a waste stream to bring it to. And that's where Antera comes into play. And at 24 trucks a day, it's not enough for Antera. And I don't even think financially it would help Antera even stay in business. And with that being said, even the companies that need the waste stream to go to Antera, they wouldn't be able to keep a lot of the companies in business. They would probably have to shut down as well if they don't have a waste stream to go to. So there's a lot of people affected by this, not just Antera. And I think it's been misrepresented as a small amount. It's actually thousands of people that are affected by this, could lose their jobs. And over time, the oil field has grown here, and a lot of people are involved in the oil field company, not just directly, but indirectly. Uniform companies, pipe supplies, so forth. And I think it has to be taken into consideration who it affects. I think they do everything safely. They do everything they're supposed to do. They monitor everything. And it's just a class 2, like Sally and some of the other people have said. They don't take the waste that Santa Clara takes. It's a whole different entity. So I think that has to be taken into consideration, what it's going to affect on a larger scale, not just a smaller scale.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Hale. Logan Allen, and on deck, Mr. Michael K.A.U. I won't try to pronounce. There we go. Thank you. Good
Hello,
morning.
everybody. Good morning. My name is Logan Allen. I'm with a group called the Young Professionals. We're a group of young professionals between about the age of 21 and 45.
You're going to have to speak up just a little bit.
Okay. I'm with a group called the Young Professionals. It's generally made up of people 21 to 45 years of age. We focus on current events, public speaking, and technology. So I looked for ways to get involved around that, and this issue deals with two of those, current events and public speaking. This issue is attractive to me because of something that I've seen brought up kind of time and again today. Antera is a business that operates lawfully. It's being negatively impacted by another incident at another facility without much, if any, reason to believe that they are doing or have been shown to do anything like that other incident. I understand that you can step back and say, well, we want to make sure that doesn't happen. But there are certain things within your purview, within government's purview, that it can do without negatively impacting a business. It seems like it's already been put on trial and convicted. It hasn't actually done any of these things that brought up that danger, that we've seen. Not only that, but it's not even really being. We're not talking about a decision being made after we look into that and make a determination. We're kind of judging them on something they haven't done that's unrelated to an issue that happened. That seems very unfair to me. Antera is a good business that operates in a different area than SCWW. The things they do are not likely to cause harm and haven't been shown to cause any harm. So when you talk about moving them for absolutely no reason, they haven't done anything to justify that. They haven't given you reason to shut them down or move them shouldn't even really be on the table, it doesn't seem. They provide very valuable services to a wide range of companies out there. And they're doing a good job. Now, if you want to tackle the SCWW issue, handle that issue. And after all the facts have been gotten, and after something has been shown to have happened conclusively, then regulate that type of thing. But Antera is outside of that scope. They do a good job. And so I just wanted to point that out and say we need them around, especially in times like this where they can actually help offset the needs that aren't being filled now. They play a very valuable role, and I kind of think they should be welcomed. And I'm going to stop short of saying appreciated because that might be too much to ask. But that's just kind of how I feel and what I see, and I wanted to be able to voice that opinion.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I commend you for being part of an organization trying to improve your public speaking and those kind of things. Right?
Thank you very much.
I note that the district attorney and the staff have come in the office. We have 2 more public speakers, 3 minutes each. Then, to whatever extent you want to make any comments, we'll finish the public speakers if that's all right with you. Right? All right. Great. And Michael Cow, and on deck, John Brooks. Good morning, sir.
How you doing? My name is Michael Carey. Good morning, Mr. Zaragoza, Chairman Bennett, Mr. Powers. I know you from the casino. Been to your house before that. In any case, we're one of your fundraisers. In any case, I have a great.
No, that was a fundraiser.
I have a great relationship.
A casino.
I like it. Listen, I want time to stop.
You're going to run with him
in any case, I also happen to be on the American Petroleum Institute. I'm on the board of directors. We donate over $40,000 to students within the Ventura County area. I'd also like to address, I'm also happen to be a Command Master Chief of the United States Navy Reserve, and my specialty happens to be chemical, biological, radiological, environmental safety within that jurisdiction, I guess. I actually serve out of Seal Beach, and I have also served up here at Port Hueneme. I'd like to address a couple issues. First off, Ms. Parks, and I'm not really representing anybody. I just kind of think there's a lot of misinformation going around that people aren't really aware of. For example, the radiation. Radiation does occur naturally, and as far as the pipeline going in there, not to defend SCWW, but that pipeline, you have pipeline breaks all through that area. One thing that I also would like to say is besides doing those 2 things, I actually work in an industry where I'm up at places, for example, you mentioned Oxnard being a dumping ground. I'm sure the people out at Simi Valley that live near the SSFL location, Boeing, SSFL, I'm sure we're all aware of that. I was just up there Tuesday, Wednesday. That place is as bad as could be arguable, could be bad as any other place. Also, other locations within the Ventura County are way worse than anything Antera that I get to see. And I'm at a lot of locations. I'll be in a solar plant down in Gila Bend, Arizona. I can assure you some of the stuff that goes on down there is amazing compared to anything that goes on over here. But other issues, like, for example, the location over on the Ventura County watershed area where the Paramount Refinery was, that whole issue, issues like that are just simply amazing. In any case, I would like to be, I actually just feel that there's a lot of misinformation. Before anybody makes a decision, I would really like them to kind of look at what fracking is, what fracking does, injection wells, the variety of different concerns on how they do, how this actually is performed. I've been to the Antera plant. I've been to the SCWW plant. I can tell you the Antera plant is run better than probably any, or as good as any other military facility that's located out of Port Hueneme, to within an extent. So the concerns with that, Procter & Gamble, I've been on the location over in Oxnard and Procter & Gamble. There are issues over there that people kind of don't really see, or that I kind of like raise eyebrows with them, like I'm not really sure that's a good thing. In any case, in conclusion, I'd just like to make sure everybody gets their facts correct and understands the difference between the 2 facilities and the facility that happened. And Antera is a completely, as far as I'm concerned, very well-run organization. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Brooks. Good morning, Mr. Brooks.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Bennett. There was an explosion in Santa Paula. Let's not forget why we're all here. Obviously, this industry is necessary, but something very negative happened. People could have died. Firefighters could have died. We're lucky that the wind was blowing in the direction it was, or who knows how many people could have been impacted by this. And certainly, if a similar situation had occurred at Antera, as Supervisor Zaragoza mentions, the ramifications could have been much more serious. So let's just remember that. In terms of transparency, I'm glad the DA is here with his people because it's really hard for the public and our group, Citizens for Responsible Oil and Gas, to understand why the truck that exploded November 26th has not been identified yet. Really? It's unfair to the responsible trucking industry that's here today and the companies to let this thing linger and not identify where it didn't have a license plate on, or I just can't understand why we don't know who owned that truck and where it came from. It's preposterous to me. Secondly, excuse me, don't you love it?
It's your wife calling.
I know, it actually was. We heard Antero speak about the requirements on the trucking industry and the waste providers, but what if Antero itself is lying? That did not come up. The process that tests the truckloads that come in before treatment or injection has to be strengthened. I've seen documents from the company itself, from Antero, where the current CEO, or president rather, who I believe is above board, accused her predecessor of seeking to substitute test samples from one clean load to another load in order to get it injected into the well. Now, this has been going on in the past at Antero, and I hope that's what the DA's investigation is of. I'm not sure, but I've seen the documents. Secondly, if you're going to have safe local disposal, it requires honesty and inspection. You have to have honest business owners, and you have to have a more thorough inspection regime. Just relying on Dogger to take care of this industry is ridiculous because they're so busy, and there's thousands of wells in Ventura County. Thank you very much.
Don't forget to call your wife, Mr. Brooks. That ends our public testimony. Appreciate the district attorney coming over in the middle of his testimony. And anything you'd like to add in terms of answer to the questions that we've posed, and anything you can do to enlighten us on the subject, we'd appreciate it.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members, Mr. Powers. As you're aware, I'm responding really to a request from your staff, I think, that was motivated for concerns about public safety and the impact of the incident, the explosion at the Santa Clara wastewater treatment facility, and whether or not there is a continuing threat to public safety in the surrounding areas. Just so you know, I did bring some experts with me who are the team that is involved in this investigation. They include Steve Mattern, who is a program specialist that is an expert in hazmat and toxic materials and is deeply enmeshed in this whole evaluation of this explosion. We also brought Chris Harmon, Senior Deputy District Attorney, who is the prosecutor assigned to the case, as well as District Attorney Investigator Jeff Berry, who is the investigator assigned to it. I mention them because we are taking this matter very seriously. We have an ongoing criminal investigation. And anytime we have a criminal investigation, as you might imagine, we have an obligation to the party that we're investigating. To make sure that we don't violate their rights in the process and that we protect their rights under the law to due process. And so we conduct our investigations typically in a very confidential and quiet and professional manner. That being said, however, anytime we have a situation where the need for confidentiality has tension with legitimate and understandable concerns about public safety, we're going to always err on the side of disclosing something if we think there is an imminent threat to public safety. Let me also qualify this that we are part of a much larger team. The United States Environmental Protection Agency is involved in this. Also, your very capable Environmental Health Department is involved in this, the Fire Department, the Sheriff's Department. And so there's a team that is actively working on this matter to both get to the bottom line of what occurred from the standpoint of the criminal investigation and any related civil investigation, as well as issues of public safety and any imminent threat. We do not believe, based upon the best available evidence that we have right now, that there is an imminent threat to public health and safety in the immediate areas surrounding this facility. Certainly, some of the events that we have seen, both the explosion itself as the events immediately following that explosion that we've seen, suggest that the chemical that is at the heart of this is a very volatile, potentially dangerous chemical. We believe it's an oxidizer by nature, and we still don't exactly know what specific chemicals we're dealing with because there's been delays in the process of EPA and the other vendor that is working on the site cleanup in being able to actually take that material, transport it to a lab for purposes of testing, and do it in a safe and careful fashion. And so we're still awaiting more chemical analysis before we can definitively identify the specific target chemical. But we believe that the danger is really confined to the plant. The vendor that is engaged in the cleanup, Patriot, I haven't been privy to your entire hearing today. You may have already heard from them. They're taking a lot of protective steps in terms of berming the surrounding areas of the facility, which is a very good protective measure in these kinds of spills. The advantage of having rain is also a good thing because it dilutes the chemicals that we think are the target of this whole explosion and dangerous situation. But as of this moment, we are not aware of anything that we've learned in the course and scope of our investigation that suggests there is an imminent threat to the quality of air surrounding the plant, to the water, to the immediate areas and the residents that live and work in those areas.
That's very helpful for us to hear, as that question was sort of left hanging for us this morning, so we appreciate you taking the time to do that. If I could just ask one question, it was sort of implied by a newspaper report that maybe no lab would be willing to test this. Are we correct in assuming that as part of the investigation, ultimately some lab will test this and ultimately we will determine what the chemical is that...
Yeah, that's a great question, and I can't speak for the labs, but I can tell you from our perspective, we are pushing aggressively to get this material tested, but we want it done safely.
Sure. Right. Thank you. Supervisor Long.
I have a question, and it might be environmental health question too, Mr. Totten, but do we have a list of all of the product that's on the site at Santa Clara Waste, all the chemicals that are on the property? What is on that property today? Do we have that?
I don't think we know exactly all the chemicals.
I'm not just saying just related to this explosion, but we have to...
as part of their permit to operate, they have what's called a hazardous material business plan, and they are required to disclose to us those materials above certain quantities, and we provide that information to the fire department so they know what they're going to get into when they arrive. So there's a list of materials, where they're located, and how many they have.
Okay.
So we do have that list.
Okay.
But how those could have interacted and formed other chemical reactions, and that we're not aware of because they have dozens of chemicals, plus they have dozens of waste streams potentially, which could have combined to form any number of chemicals, and some of which, as we found out, can be
created the explosion.
Quite reactive.
Right. One other question related to it, the pipeline that then goes to the, feeds into that Oxnard great project, do they have to report, does a company like Santa Clara have to report the maintenance of that pipeline? Is that pipeline cleaned out periodically? Does it need to be cleaned out periodically? Is it,
I don't have the answers to those questions. That's nothing that we regulate.
Is that Dogger? No, Dogger wouldn't because it's waste. It's not oil.
It may be a private issue between the city of Oxnard and what kind of maintenance, if any, they require on pipelines that come to their facility. But it's nothing that we regulate or that I have any information on.
Mr. Chair, I just want to thank the DA and thank our staff for the excellent work that you've done, and all the folks that are here today. My whole concern here is the safety of the community. I'm not here. I just also addressing our folks in the audience. I'm not here to eliminate jobs. I'm not here to I think it's important that we have jobs. My concern was the assurance that we provide the community with a type of safety so we don't have this chemical reaction in Oxnard, so we don't have an explosion in Oxnard similar to what we had over in Santa Paula. That's my concern. I'm not here to say I want to eliminate jobs, because we need jobs, and I think Antera provides a service that's needed. My concern is what assurance do we have that does not happen in a populated area like Oxnard that has thousands of people living there, school children, hospitals, colleges, high schools, and so forth. That's my concern. And that's what I'd like to have, the assurance that that does not happen in Oxnard, or any place for that matter.
Supervisor Parks.
I just had a question. While you're saying you feel that the public safety is going to be satisfied with the site itself, I'm wondering about the concern of, since we don't know what caused the reaction, whether it was industrial or septic or oil waste. And if we don't know, it's kind of hard for us as decision makers to decide what do we do with trucks that would have gone there, and potentially with the same kind of chemicals. Do you have you determined whether one of those three sources might be the source for causing the explosion?
I don't have a good answer for you at this juncture. We're still, as I say, the testing is still an ongoing effort. We intend to get to the bottom of it, but we're still in very much an investigative phase.
And I know what we're talking about now, for example, is the oil waste, and we have acidizing, a type of extraction, hydrofluoric acid melting rocks, and there's some pretty lethal stuff there. And I'm just wanting to assure that if that's part of the chemicals that are ending up at Santa Clara Waste, if that could have been involved in the explosion. So we just don't know at this time.
We believe that it is an oxidizing compound that is at the root of the explosion. That's our best available information at this moment in time. What the specific nature of those compounds are and the specific makeup of it, I don't have that today. Now, we have no reason to believe that type of chemical is being transported elsewhere and dumped elsewhere at this point in time. I think all appropriate measures have been taken to ensure that that's not
And that's a very important statement, Mr. DA, that we know, and hopefully that's not being transported to other sites.
Exactly, and I think that's the key. We want to make sure that.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time here, District Attorney. Thank you. Environmental Health, I just want to ask, could you just give us a summary of where we are in terms of your efforts to try to get this material tested? What have you done, and what are you planning on doing?
Sure, and I know the frustration of not knowing what it is, but they do know how it reacts, because any number of chemical reactions could have occurred that resulted in this material that's now reactive. So it's if you think of it as sort of like a gunpowder, highly reactive. It's nothing you would take to your lab to put it in equipment that applies heat or pressure to it, because it could cause injuries or damage to the equipment. So not having that information, we do know that once it has reacted, we are left with the byproducts of that reaction, which, and there is an on-site, several actually, chemists that have come up to determine that the leftover material that's still slightly reactive, and the rain has helped, can be treated, neutralized with a chemical that sort of reacts with the leftover oxidizing properties to make it not reactive.
Okay. I appreciate that. My question is, what have you done to try to get it tested? What are you still planning on doing to try to get it tested, separate from the District Attorney's efforts to try to get the material tested?
Right now it's just field testing. What we're left over with is the actual material that caused the fires and the explosion is reacted. It's now changed into a different chemical. So we are left with the byproducts of that chemical reaction, and those can be tested. And The chemist is now gone, I think, but those can be tested. They may not tell you exactly going backwards what happened because you're left with byproducts. So you may not know the chemical reaction that occurred. But those now that they are less reactive, will be tested. Environmental Health won't be doing the testing, but that's part of the contract with Patriot Environmental. They will be, or the DA will be testing these materials to determine at least what it is now. They may not know what it was, and I know that may not be reassuring.
So there will be some testing done. The reports that maybe we weren't going to be able to get any testing.
That's of the reactive material, like the gunpowder type material that with friction or heat can just spontaneously combust. That's not the type of material you bring to a lab and analyze.
That material is never going to be tested, or that material no longer exists?
It may no longer exist.
No longer
it does sort of have a half-life and degrade over time. Right. Plus the rain has...
Great.
Since the rain, we haven't had any kind of reactions.
Good.
And Mr. Chair.
All right. I think we're set.
I personally would not like to see any additional loads go to Antera until we find out what caused the explosion, and I don't want to take a chance of having any explosions happen at the Oxnard site.
Right. All I can tell you is what has been said earlier, that the operations of Antera and Santa Clara
and Saturday.
Pretty different.
And we need to wrap this up.
Thank you,
Stevens.
Yeah, I just wanted to wrap it up very quickly. Based on the discussion we had today, we will continue to work with our environmental health and environmental protection agency and the contractor on making sure that we control any storm event and that we proceed with the cleanup and the testing as quickly as we can. We'll also continue to work with the city of Oxnard, make sure we have a good, all the information we can glean from them, and also coordinate with them. I think the suggestion was made, and we can have our environmental health folks get them in touch with the state public health entities and to see if they can provide any assistance in that matter. We will maintain contact with the district attorney's office as well, to the extent that they can provide us any information that would be helpful. And we will continue to do our job and monitor this site. I've heard from Supervisor Zaragoza. I don't know if the board wants to provide further direction on the Antera permit extension. As of now, as I said, as it stands today with no further action, the temporary increase will expire on Saturday, and that is where that stands today. So,
thank you.
With that.
Okay.
Well, it expires Saturday, so I don't think we have to take any additional action, right? Or does
yeah, I mean, on Saturday, there's not going to be any extra loads going, right?
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we need a motion to receive and file. It's been moved and seconded.
Appreciate the information.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the departments and all the speakers coming to try to inform us on this issue. We have Air Pollution Control District at 11. We have, oh, that's right, 1:30. Thank you very much. We have 9:45 that we need to move quickly on. And somebody just asked for a break. Supervisor Long needs a break, so we'll take a 3-minute break. Right? We'll start at 11:10 promptly, Mr. Dem. Well, you got your break. I didn't get mine, but
no worries.
All right, Mr. Dembowski, you're on item 21.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Powers, Jim Dembowski with County Labor Relations. Here today to ask you to conduct a second public hearing on a proposed 4-year memorandum of agreement with the Ventura County Professional Peace Officers Association, applicable to the probation unit, and at the close of that hearing, that you adopt the recommended memorandum of agreement. I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
All right, we need a motion.
Public hearing.
Nobody's here to speak on that. All right. We've got a motion and a second. We're ready to vote. Good. All right. And that motion passed 4-1, consistent with our vote last week also. Thank you very much, Mr. Dombrowski. Are you going to handle item 22 also?
Yes, I am,
Since
sir.
you're up there, we'll go ahead to item 22.
Okay, again, Jim Dombrowski of Labor Relations, asking your board to accept or adopt the recommendation of Labor Relations to essentially make whole 4 employees who, due to the timing of their promotion from a VCPPOA represented classification into management, will not be able to receive the $750 one-time payment, and 3 of those 4 people would be losing the $312 associated with the plan year 2014 flex benefit.
Thank you very much. Any questions? We have a motion and a second. We're ready to vote. And that motion passes unanimously. And we have an addendum with HCA, and we have a number of other time-certain items. I think the HCA addendum is going to be very quick, so to let those people get back to work, I'm going to ask us to move the addendum item 36 right now. Go ahead. Mr. Fisher?
Chair Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers, Barry Fisher, Healthcare Agency. I'm pleased to bring forth an amendment to our agreement with Gold Coast Healthcare Plan. We have not had an increase with them since 2012. This will run through June 7th of 2015. During that interim time, we will continue to negotiate for a time past that. I'd like to thank the CEO's office, Catherine Rodriguez, Terry Yanis, and R.C. Egan. They put hours and nights and weekends into this, and it came out to be very, very good for our system. Happy to answer any questions.
Not a question, but I want to thank all of our staff and particularly call out Catherine Rodriguez. I know she did some Herculean things, if that's the right term for a female, heroic acts by a female. There's probably some other Greek god I should be quoting, but it was a tremendous effort, and Supervisor Long will correct me on the proper Greek god in terms of that. But it's a huge benefit for Ventura County to have that negotiated and stuff. So thank you to everybody on the staff in terms of doing that. Mr. Powers, I thought I saw you did it, right? Thank you very much. All right. Okay, we're at item 24, and that's Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, item by Supervisor Parks.
And I believe we have a PowerPoint on this. I've been fortunate to represent the County of Ventura on the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, and this year I've been the chair of the Conservancy, and I thought how we do get report back, for example, on SCAG at the Transportation Commission and other places, but we really haven't had any kind of report on the Conservancy. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about, just very briefly, the governance structure and what this Conservancy does, and then pass the baton on to Melissa Guerrero, who's here to talk about one really neat project in particular. I think it's really helpful to learn about what the Conservancy is doing, because I think it sets a really good example of what other park agencies can do, and both in terms of relieving blight, but also bringing recreation and parks to areas that don't have them, and also being able to use dual uses of these projects. The Conservancy, if you go to the next slide, was established in 1980. It's to preserve and protect the land of the Santa Monica Mountains, it was initially brought forward through an initiative and citizen initiative, and as a result, today we are the holders of some 71,000 acres of land, and the goal is to restore and enhance the treasured places of Southern California, and then even the Santa Monica Mountains area that it did oversee now has expanded to include roughly 500,000 acres throughout our region. If you'd like to go to the next slide, please. Here's a map that shows in green all the lands that the Conservancy owns. The Conservancy has also joined in a joint powers authority with the Conejo Rec and Park District and the Rancho Simi Rec and Park District to form the Mountains Resource Conservation District, and the MRCA. And the MRCA supports the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy lands through such things as interpretive programs, maintenance, and also fire protection, among others. If you can go to the next slide, please. And the next one. Thank you. This is an agency goal is to connect the multiple benefits, as I was saying, of the parks and also regional trails. And one of our big emphases now is looking at river parkway projects. We have funds available, usually coming through propositions and bond measures, and have been able to put together some great projects in areas that are park poor. And then an emphasis of also looking at watershed protection. And that would include some of the projects on this list, areas of the Pacoima Wash, the Tujunga Wash, Los Angeles River, Bayona Creek, and also Compton Creek. And I've asked Melissa to come up, and Melissa, I got it right, to come up. I had her come before the Southern California Association of Governments, the whole 190 different agencies all together, to show this one project on Compton Creek. It's not in the county of Ventura, but I think it has so many good aspects to it. It is something that should be emulated in lots of places. It has great benefits of addressing many of the needs of the communities in terms of jobs, but also drought mitigation measures, blight, and also bringing kids to nature and providing recreational benefits. So I'll turn it over to you, and if you'd like to do that presentation, I think we'll enjoy it.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Parks, for that great introduction and for bringing Compton all the way to Ventura County. We're very proud to be here and to have you interested in our project and to be able to talk about it. And thank you to Chairman Bennett and the rest of the honorable board members for having us. I'm a project manager with the MRCA. My background is in landscape architecture, and it is a great privilege to practice landscape planning on a large scale and to bring parks to park-poor areas. So today I'll be talking primarily about the Compton Creek Natural Park, and we titled this talk Little Trails, Big Impact. There's only about 1/3 of a mile of trails within this park, but as the largest improvement along Compton Creek as of yet, it is making a big impact in sustainable design, environmental stewardship, and job training. Just to give you some context, Compton Creek Natural Park is down in this, down this area of the LA River watershed. It's about 9 miles long, and its drainage area is 42 square miles of urban area. As you can see on the left, the existing the existing condition of Compton Creek is more like a ditch. It's this concrete box channel. There is a wetland, sort of soft bottom area in one section. So in order to create this park on the school campus, Washington Elementary School, it took an interagency partnership. So MRCA was as a local park agency that works in Ventura County and LA County, with our mission of bringing native habitats to the urban core, we were tasked with designing and developing the park. Compton Unified School District owned the land, and so they donated that and offered their expertise in terms of maintenance and operations. And then that brings us to our third partner, which is the Los Angeles Conservation Corps. Compton Unified School District soon realized that they wanted this park for their students, for the campus, but they couldn't afford to maintain and operate it. So Los Angeles Conservation Corps needed an outreach post in Compton area, and they said, surprisingly, we'll maintain it. We never get that, really. People who are offering to maintain it. But they work with 18 to 24-year-old at-risk young adults, and they train them in conservation trade. So they have, the budget and the mission to fulfill the maintenance, which is also training. Here are some pre-existing photos of the site, pre-park development, and as you can see, I keep pressing the wrong button, sorry. It's a pretty large parcel along Compton Creek, and it's actually the largest available land along the creek. MRCA identified it in about 2006, and it has the ideal co-benefit of being on a school campus. It was an ideal condition because it was already publicly owned, and the school wasn't using this 4 acres. So it was a great opportunity to merge native landscape restoration with educational goals to help build an outpost for environmental stewardship for this generation and future generations. So after months of community planning, the community and all of the different partners came up with this master plan for the entire campus. The MRCA was only tasked with building this 4-acre park to enhance the campus. And so in November of last year, we actually opened phase 1 of the park, which is about 3 acres. And the park the community all decided, as a group, that we wanted to focus on native plant restoration and how this park can be designed most sustainably. So we focused on water conservation and water filtering as a main sort of goal for the park. And we were calling this a clean water park. One of the features is this underground cistern, which holds about 127,000 gallons of stormwater. The whole park is designed to filter and retain stormwater, but this cistern helps us reuse that resource, which I'm sure you're well aware the LA River watershed has this sort of tragic component where billions of gallons of stormwater is released into the Pacific Ocean, contaminating the ocean, and it's not used as a resource despite us being in a drought situation. So we feel measures like this, like a cistern, can help us reuse that stormwater and rethink about how to use that wastewater as actually a resource. Here are some other measures in the clean water park design that help infiltrate water, filter the water, and of course we have interpretation exhibits so the public can learn to appreciate these types of elements, but also how they can bring them home to their own properties. Here's the bioswell, which is one of the clean water park components in action during one of the storms that we had last year. And it's slowing down the rainwater so that less water is actually going into the Compton Creek, which helps lengthen the life of our flood control channels. It's also using soil and plant roots to filter the water before it goes into the cistern for reuse. Part of our third of a mile trail within the park has fitness stations to try to create active recreation opportunities and try to encourage folks to use parts of the Compton Creek bike path that are improved so they can use the whole creek as sort of an active linear recreation opportunity. And you'll notice that we try to set this active recreation in a very passive, natural setting. We use primarily native plants to restore these landscapes. We also have large gathering places like this community plaza, an outdoor amphitheater, which try to bring a social component also to this park where we're serving the local community and be able to facilitate large family picnics, but also being able to have a place where the school can hold all school assemblies, which they didn't have before. As I had mentioned, the Los Angeles Conservation Corps was a key member in this partnership, and through the construction of Phase 1, they actually trained about over 50,000, that would be a lot, over 50 Corps members that they sort of clocked in at 17,000 hours were spent to build this phase one. And they did everything from installing the cistern, which is the largest of its size in the Compton area, to laying drip irrigation, to planting trees, to reading blueprints. And they are developing marketable skills that cannot be outsourced. And I mentioned that these are 18 to 24 age young adults who were at risk. So a lot of them were involved in gangs and were actually pulled from the prison system. And so now they have marketable skills that will lead to good jobs and will help them turn their lives around. And I also mentioned that they are maintaining the park and they are doing a beautiful job. We hardly have any graffiti. As soon as it comes up, it is removed. And we hope that the Compton Creek Natural Park at Washington Elementary School will be a catalyst for further improvement along Compton Creek. And I mentioned they had a soft bottom area, so this vision from the master plan is possible. We hope it will come true one day. And just wanted to give you a sense of the other parks that MRCA does in the urban core that have served as a catalyst to bring nature to disadvantaged communities throughout Los Angeles. We focus on restoring nature to urban waterways, as Honorable Parks mentioned. Our parks create places where the community is engaged in natural systems in creative and fun ways. And as I had mentioned, it's our core to our mission to restore natural systems. So not just the look of nature, but actual restoration of the systems as best we can, given the confines of the urban areas. And here we are bringing native plants to, again, another box channel. And what this really does is use smart partnerships to promote environmental stewardship, especially among our youth, such as those who attend Washington Elementary School and those who participate in Los Angeles Conservation Corps, who are exposed to these natural environments on a daily basis that's integrated into their curriculum. So again, I thank you for allowing us to present this to you. And if you have any questions, my contact information is here, or I can answer them now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And that pretty much concludes the presentation, just looking at these great examples of, being able to have so many benefits from one project, from the job training to, in the end, the youth benefit, and then they become stewards of the land, good stewards in the future, too. So thank you for coming and presenting.
And sorry we ran a little late. Thank you for making the extra time for us today.
No problem.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Motion to receive and file. Supervisor Parks. There we go. And we now, that is approved, and we now go to item 25, and that's a presentation of the Local Planning Council of Ventura County regarding early childhood education trends.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I brought this forward wearing my first five hat. We receive this every year. And it's always good to get an update from the Local Planning Council. You see the letter describes that it is a 25-member body appointed by us and includes the county superintendent of schools and consumers, child care providers, community and public agencies. And as always, they do great work, and I appreciate that they were able to stick around this morning. Sorry for the delay, to give us an update. And before us is Carrie Murphy. I'll turn it over to Carrie.
All right. Thank you very much, and thank you for including us on your agenda today. It's a pleasure to be here, and I am joined by several colleagues in the field, including Jack Hinojosa from Child Development Resources. We have our chair from the Planning Council, Linda Bays, with us today, as well as some VCOE staff, Alicia McFarland and Dave Lindy. So Kathy Long referenced our membership. You do have a complete roster of our entire membership in your packet today, and again, you appoint half, and the superintendent appoints our other half of membership. And as a reminder, some of the items that are described in Ed Code that we are tasked to complete include needs assessment, strategic plan, determining priorities for state dollars that come to our county for preschool expansion, as well as the facilitation of the voluntary temporary transfer of funds, which allows us to convene state contractors to ensure that state dollars are kept here in our county versus being sent back to Sacramento. And we try to come before the board at least once a year to share highlights as to what we're up to, as well as provide highlights on ECE trends. And what we bring to you today are trends that are occurring at the federal, state, as well as local level. And as in the past, we are going to frame our discussion around two key areas, the need for spaces as well as the need for quality programming. I had the opportunity to hear Secretary of Education Arne Duncan about a month ago in Los Angeles, and he referenced this chart talking how the United States continues to be 25th out of 29 countries in terms of investing in our early learners. And he said it's embarrassing to be at the table with other world leaders and actually hear them say, why are you not investing more in your babies? To begin turning the tide, in 2011, $500 million in Race to the Top Early Learning Challenge Grant funding was released, and California became one of 14 states to access that funding to raise the quality of our programming. In addition to Race to the Top, the President's Strong Start for America's Children Act proposes a series of new investments that will establish high-quality early learning continuum. In fact, tomorrow morning, a White House summit on early education will be convened. And during the summit, we expect the President to announce which states and communities will receive $250 million in preschool development grants, as well as $500 million in early Head Start Child Care Partnership Awards. And Ventura County is in the running for both of those funding streams. So we find out tomorrow. The importance of investing in early learning continues to receive much coverage. And current polling data indicates that 75% of Americans want Congress to invest in early childhood. So it seems as though the conversation has shifted from why we need to invest to how best do we invest. And that conversation has certainly started in California. You've heard us say that over the last 4 years, we've lost $1 billion in funding for early learning, and that translated into 110,000 less spaces for our children. However, the good news, this year's budget included $260 million for early learning, and that was the first time we saw an increase in 10 years. Wow. The next slide shows us what some of that $260 million goes towards.
Excuse me. Carrie,
yes.
Is that the first time there's been a dollar increase, or measured by, or real dollars measured, accounted for in inflation?
A real dollar increase in 10 years.
First time in real dollar increase.
Correct.
So over 10 years, of course, the demand increased dramatically.
Yes.
So there was being a cut every year, essentially,
yes.
right? In terms of, wow.
Yeah. And you have to remember, too, California is home to 1 in 8 children in the country. Mm-hmm. And so when we look at our statistics of 53% of children are being served in a preschool space, you can see there's so much more work to be doing. But at least the tide seems to be turning. So, and the bulk of what we see with the $260 million really is going for full-day and part-day spaces. In addition to that, we do have funding for transitional kindergarten, which is a new grade level here in California, as well as funding for the quality rating improvement system, which I'm going to talk more about in a moment. So I referenced that California is serving 53% of children in preschool. In Ventura County, we're a little bit less than that. It's 50% of children are accessing preschool, so 1 in 2. And that's from data that was just released from Children Now this fall. So staying with spaces, I mentioned that the whole state lost 110,000 spaces in the last 4 years. Ventura County's loss was 4,000 spaces. And according to data shared by our state contractor partners, in 2013-14, Ventura County had a total of $57 million for subsidized ECE spaces, and that translates into about 14,000 spaces here in our county. It is our hope that when we are here next year, we'll be able to report that we have more spaces for our children as a result of the increase that we saw in this year's budget. So I'm going to shift now from spaces to quality, which is the other side of the equation when it comes to early childhood. I mentioned that we had $500 million that was released through Race to the Top, and California received $75 million of that, and 16 counties are implementing projects with that funding, and Ventura County is one of those counties. And we are very proud to be implementing what's called the Quality Rating Improvement System. And it's an integrated system that provides a framework to standardize quality in our programs. And I'm not keeping up with my slides, I apologize. Here's what the QRIS framework looks like. I mentioned that we standardize elements of quality, and the QRIS framework includes child outcomes. You'll see that the graphic has 3 core areas: child development, teachers and teaching, program and environment. And under the 3 core areas are 7 elements, starting with child observation. Programs are rated, which is the R in QRIS, and programs also receive improvement plans, which is the I in QRIS, to help them achieve higher tiers, ultimately so that children are placed in 5-tier high-quality program experiences. Just to give you some context, currently the programs that we're working with QRIS here in our county, 86% of them are between a 3 and a 5. So we have high-quality programming here in our county. And we have 15 years of quality initiative work that's been underway to support early childhood here in Ventura County. This specific program with federal dollars, QRIS, has been underway since 2011. You'll see in our first year, the pilot had about 400 children, and right now we're working with over 4,000 children that are participating in the QRIS project. And that translates into supporting 250 preschool classrooms, as well as working with 700 children. So I think we have a lot to feel proud of with this body of work underway. I will conclude with 2 comments. Starting with a quote from our state superintendent, Tom Torlakson, in response to this year's budget that was passed with the $260 million for early learning. The budget took an important and earnest step towards replacing some of what had been cut from early childhood. Every dollar that we invest in early childhood helps to close the achievement gap and drop the dropout rate. And then the final comment is we, Ventura County, are known to be a very strong early learning county, to be a very strong preschool county. And so I would ask that in your roles as elected officials that you continue to advocate on behalf of continued investments in early learning. So thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Very thorough update. Thank you so much, and to everyone here today for your ongoing advocacy and work for our early childhood education and children in our county. Good to see those numbers have gone up. It's good to see that we're measuring. Yes. It's important to us to be able to measure, to show progress, and to show strong investment, and to grow the future for the advocacy and the support of our young children. And this has been many years of good hard work, and many years yet in front of us to continue doing that. So we lift ourselves from the bottom of that scale up.
There you go.
And I think our county is always primed to do that. We work well together. We play well together in the sandbox. We know how to hold hands crossing the street, and it's important that we do. So I thank you for the report. Any questions from board members? Or?
And thank all the folks from First Five here too.
Yeah. And
just a comment. It's the comments about where we stand relative to our competitors, because that's how we should view it. I mean, if you have to pick a resource to invest in the people. And this is the most, for the investments in the people you're going to make, this is the most important one to make. And so it's really sad that we went through 10 years, and it's good news to see that it's starting to turn, and let's hope that it'll continue to turn. So thanks for your advocacy.
Last night I had the opportunity to do the swearing in for the new Hueneme, 3 new trustees of the Hueneme School Board, one of which is Dr. Charles Weiss. And so we were going over some of the old days of the early work with First Five and the early work with NFL and the early work with the Planning Council. So you've got an advocate there.
Absolutely.
So
great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to echo that, and speaking of the sandbox, EDCVC, I think with your support about a year or two ago, had an economist come out and do a presentation about the return on investment for preschool. And it's just many-fold, just no question, a great investment, and raises everybody up. So it's great.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So Heckman is one of our leading voices, a Nobel Prize winner who talks a lot about the importance of the investing, and he'll be at that White House summit tomorrow speaking to a lot of the business leaders about why we need to be doing more. So,
Thank you.
Carrie, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Motion to receive and file the report. Thank you, board members.
Motion to receive and file. We'll go on to item 26.
Are we doing this or 29? Okay.
I know.
Hopefully not.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Yes, 26, you were right.
Calling him the 4.5% man here or what?
Good morning, Chairman Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers. I'm Dave Sasick, Director of Water and Sanitation for the Ventura County Public Works Agency. This is a public hearing related to the proposed rate increase for the Lake Sherwood Community Services District. I do have a PowerPoint presentation for the sake of time, if you've had a time to review it.
I'm going to interrupt here and ask, do we have anybody here for the public hearing? If we have nobody here for the public hearing, then we'll turn it over to Supervisor Foy. Do you want to go through this PowerPoint, Supervisor Foy? Okay, great. All right, so can you get us to your recommendation, sir?
Okay, therefore, just in conclusion, the staff recommends that the board approve the recommendation, which is a 4.5% rate increase across the board for all tiers within the district. It essentially keeps a pass-through for the fees from Cayugas and Southern California Edison.
All right.
Barring any questions.
Great.
So for item 26, which is Lake Sherwood, I'll move approval, and this is nice. I went through the advisory committee there, too.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. That's item 26, and now how about item 27, the same extensive report, please.
Yes, sir. Good morning, and I remain Dave Sasick. For the record, this is for Waterworks District 1. I did prepare the PowerPoint, but we'll, for the sake of time, we did receive 2 protest letters, which I think were filed with the board. We received 0 phone calls after sending out our Prop 218 notifications. Barring any questions or public comment, staff recommends the board approve the recommended rate increase of 4.5%, and I'm standing by to answer any questions.
All right, I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there anybody here for the public hearing? Close the public hearing. Supervisor Foy? All right. It's been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. And how about the length of time for the LCA? Do we need more time for that? We probably do, right? I think we should jump to 29 since we have here. Do we have anybody else here for 28 besides staff? All right. Okay, we're going to go ahead. We're going to go to public hearing on the Santa Rosa Valley Trail Master Plan.
Good morning. I'll make this very brief in the interest of time. We had a very short PowerPoint that I think you all have copies in front of you. You directed staff in cooperation with the Santa Rosa Valley Trails Incorporated as a funding partner to prepare this master plan. The plan is before you today, along with its companion environmental document. The plan itself consists of an assessment report wherein we evaluated the current trail network out there today, looked at its connectivity to the regional trails and gaps, and physical constraints and property access issues, and through that effort identified a recommended trail master plan that is within the plan before you today. We also included within the plan design standards and guidelines that talk about appropriate trail widths and surfaces, drainage and signage and such. In the materials in front of you, provided a couple samples of the type of standard, you might call them standard plates, for what the trail would look like, its widths and what have you, both on-road and off-road trails. The plan also included information on our operations and maintenance guidelines about trail surfacing, sweeping, caring for vegetation, landscaping, and whatnot. What is the proper methods to do so? And then, as I said, in association with the plan, we prepared a mitigated negative declaration that is before you also today. It identified 5 areas, where mitigation measures are appropriate. They're in the areas of air quality, biological resources, agriculture, cultural resources, and hazards. We worked extensively with the Agricultural Commissioner's Office on the agricultural mitigation measures, and they're here today to respond to any questions you might have. I also have today Jonathan Berlin from Rincon Consultants is here to also answer any questions, and Mark Burley with the Santa Rosa Valley Trails Incorporated is here as well. I think he submitted a speaker card. But with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Do you have any questions for staff? Supervisor Parks?
Yeah, I have two. One is looking at the agriculture mitigation. Let's see, in the staff report, it is on page 4. And it states, proposed trail improvements within 300 feet of lands in ag production shall not be constructed, basically. And I know that we have other measures when we deal with the buffer of ag land from like houses and things like that. And it's if there are intervening measures, for example, we will let that buffer be less. And I'm wondering if we could have wording in there that allows for that option as it goes through the planning director or what have you.
Right. Yeah, I believe the buffer policy has a shorter distance where there's a vegetative buffer. Maybe I'll ask Henry if you have any comments on the suggestion from the supervisor.
So it would stay 300 feet, but it would allow for some opportunity if there's intervening measures that can help mitigate it so you don't have to have the full 300 like we do with other projects.
Yes, the other option is to have a 150-foot buffer to ag with a vegetative screen.
Right. So that's what I'm just asking if we can kind of, right now it just says 300 and you're there. I would rather have that leniency of going to, for example, 150 with vegetative. Okay. Thank you. And the other question I have is regarding the option of folding this into the general plan. I know that we have committed to the, when we entered this process, to budget the $30,000 that it will take to do the general plan amendment. We did do that with the General Services Agency Parks Department when we approved it. They went forward. The Santa Rosa Valley Trails, Inc. as the one that paid for the master plan and the M&D, and we've been having, I think, 3 different public meetings on it. So they've gone really since 2007, I think, moving forward on this. If we were to fold it into the general plan, it puts years before it would come and be finished. So because we've already committed to this, I'd like to keep it on the same trajectory that we approved in, I guess, 2013, excuse me. Actually, it was way back, I think, in 1984 when the county decided that there should be a trail plan and then never implemented any kind of just anything to implement the policy. So I'm glad to see the residents stepping up to fund this. We have trails throughout Ventura County that are taken care of, some in Ojai, for example, that are taken care of by our GSA department. Here we have the nonprofit Santa Rosa Trails, Inc., willing to do that. I also appreciate the fact in the study it's not only about equestrian trails, but they have also done a study of bicycle trails in the region. In that area, they found and identified for the county choke points, for example, of where bike lanes need to be widened in that area to allow for that regional flow. There's a lot of benefits, I think, that we are deriving from this report, and I appreciate the fact that it was privately funded. Generally, the county would do an M&D in providing a public service like this. So I appreciate that Santa Rosa Valley's Trails paid for the analysis and the plan, the initial study, the M&D. And I also understand that we are receiving, I think, the county a benefit in terms of if we were to be doing this trail plan as we had said we would back in the 1989, the county would be taking on this burden. So I think we have a unique opportunity here and appreciate the involvement. And I'm hoping that the board will agree that because we did commit already to fund folding it into the general plan, we're not going to halt it now and put it in with the rest of the general plan updates, which still haven't even been decided which updates those will be, and that will add years to the project.
Before we go to the speakers, I just want to make sure I understand that. So you're saying, so it won't get into the same general plan sort of queue, right? Is it because the funding is going to be coming from the Trails organization that will keep it moving faster, or are you saying?
They have funded everything except for, they've got the study, the plan, the trail plan, the public hearings done. The only thing that's left is folding it into the general plan and the M&D and all that. And we agreed in September of 2013 to fund the actual putting it into the general plan.
Right.
It was $30,000 budgeted from the Parks Department. Right. And I would like to just continue that. There is an option that staff has thrown out since then of, well, we're about to do an update. It will take a couple of years to do this update. We could do it then. And I'm just saying we made a commitment. We authorized the money to do it. I think we should live up to our agreement.
So use the $30,000 to fold it into the plan.
As we already voted.
Right.
So, or else we could save $30,000, but how does that work by you doing it when you do the whole thing together versus doing this separately? Is it more integrated that way?
I don't know that it's more integrated per se. This is something of a standalone item within the document itself. What's integrated is the processing of it. So the public hearings, the staff work to get it done would be integrated within the update. So in that sense, there would be a cost savings, but the Supervisor Parks is correct. It would take longer to do so. When we initially started the project, we were hoping to be here probably a year ago with you with the plan due to a number of factors, not the least of which is availability of my time. It took us a little longer, and now we're kind of creeping up upon the general plan update. So it seemed like perhaps a logical thing to do to incorporate it within that update as opposed to have it as a standalone amendment.
So if we do a standalone versus waiting for the update, how much longer does this take? I mean,
well, we haven't brought the update scope to the board yet. I would say it is going to be multiple years.
It's going to be multiple years to get that done, but how long is it going to take to get this done if we just paid the $30,000 and went forward?
I would say that would be probably something, and perhaps depending on staffing, 6 to 9 months.
So it could add a year or two to the other if we wait.
I think it certainly would add that much time.
And is the $30,000 figure still good?
Yes, I believe so.
Pull it off. Great.
Yeah.
All right. We have a public speaker. Anybody have anything before we go to the public speaker? Mr. Burley, welcome back to the boardroom.
Good morning. Good morning. I am Mark Burley. I'm president of Santa Rosa Valley Trails, Inc., and I won't take a lot of your time because I know you're running a little late today. But first of all, we started this in 2007. creating the map of these trails. So it's been a long road to get to here, and I wanted to thank you for voting unanimously last year to allow us to go forward and pay for this report and the development of the trail plan. And I would also like to thank Mr. Stevens for his help and his advice during this process. Has been absolutely invaluable to us. So the community has now paid for this plan, and I would just encourage you, please, could we get this taken over the goal line, and let's get that touchdown. It's taken us a long time to get here. We put up a lot of money, and I hope that you will continue to agree to use the money that you had approved last year. Thank you very much.
And we really
for questions.
We really appreciate the community stepping forward again, funding your leadership in particular, pulling your community together on this in terms of making this happen. So this is a kind of, private-public partnership that really results in good things for everybody. So thank you very much, Mark, for that.
Thank you.
All right. Ready for your motion?
Yeah, I would like to go ahead and approve the recommendation with the change to the buffer as the Ag Commissioner agreed with, and then also continue the same trajectory that we agreed to back in 2013.
Okay.
Well, can I just clarify for the record then? Are we changing the mitigated negative declaration? We're going to add to, I guess it's AG1, we'll add 150-foot buffer zone with vegetation would be an acceptable mitigation. And then on recommendation 6, so recommendation 3, we're amending the MND, and recommendation 6 is being changed to say, go forward with the GSA will process the work necessary to update the general plan in this respect.
Correct.
Those are the two changes.
And the change to mitigation measure AG1 with the change as described by the supervisor. The board should be making a finding that change in no way lessens the impact of the mitigation measure to address the potential.
So are you saying going from 300 to 150, or if it can't be, it's an option possibly?
The current buffer language is 300 feet or as near as 150 feet with vegetative buffers and other measures to protect. So I'm assuming that the supervisor's direction is that we incorporate that language from the buffer policy more explicitly into this measure. Is that?
Yes, so that's already our policy.
Just to continue to clarify that the vegetative screen needs to have an approval by the Agricultural Commissioner's office, because sometimes what is proposed isn't very effective.
Mm-hmm. I think that's how we had it. Either it was the planning director or the ag commissioner, but it would be that same language.
Is that clear enough, Leroy?
Yeah, I think that's clear. So the recommendations are modified to reflect that, 1 through 6.
Right.
Thank you. And I know that substantial funds were put in by residents, I think close to $90,000. So this is our share to help this to fruition.
It'd be great if we could save the $30,000, but it sounds like it's going to be a lot of years out.
Yes.
All right, and that motion carries. Now we're back to item 28, staff. We're making progress. We got to be done by 1.
Good afternoon, Chair Bennett, members of the board, and CEO Powers. My name is Tess Harris with the Ventura County Planning Division, and I'm the Land Conservation Act planner for the county. And the Land Conservation Act program, or LCA program, is here to preserve open space and agricultural land. And the item before you today is the annual review of the LCA program, the 2014 LCA contracts, and the information on solar use easements for the LCA guidelines. So the Land Conservation Act, or Williamson Act, was adopted in 1965, and the county adopted the LCA program in 1969. The county received subvention payments from the state through the Open Space Subvention Act in 1971, and in 2009 those payments were eliminated. Those were payments, they were a partial reimbursement for the tax revenue that was lost when landowners received a property tax benefit for their LCA contracts. And then we have Assembly Bill 1265 in 2011. That followed a Senate bill which created a local option for counties to take 10% of the property tax benefits provided to the owners of LCA contracted land and recapture that 10%. And that could be done by removing 1 year for a 10-year contract, so it would become a 9-year contract, or creating an 18-year contract instead of a 20-year contract for farmland security zone area contracts. And this year, in 2014, we had another Senate bill that came into effect and deleted the sunset date of January 1st, 2016 for that local option, which means that the local option is an indefinite in effect. So that's an option that the county could take should you choose to do so. But since 2010, your board has decided not to go with that local option, and instead we would take that loss in subvention funding as it came to us. And the assessor's office did a calculation. It's in your board packet as Exhibit 10. And they calculated that if we had received a subvention payment, it would have been about $338,100 this year. So the county LCA program, we have about 1,065 contracts. That's 127,000 acres of land in the LCA program. And the contracts are self-renewing, so they're always in the first year of their 10 or 20-year term contract. This map shows the county land under LCA contract. The light green shows all of the 10-year contracts. The dark green shows the 20-year contracts. The purple shows all of the non-renewals. And then there are 3 light blue parcels that show the open space contracts. And this map here is Exhibit 9 in your board packet. It shows all of the non-renewed contracts that are going to come out of contract within the next 19 years. It's about 727 acres. This map shows the 2014 proposed contracts. So we have 4 contracts in the SOMIS area. Those are 4 rescission reentry contracts. And then we have 1 contract in the Moore Park area. That's a new 10-year LCA contract. The number 1 on the map shows a 162-acre project area. It's located at near the intersection of Bradley Road and Balcom Canyon Road. And then the second, the new LCA contract is in the Moore Park area, located immediately to the west of Buena Vista Drive and north of Oxford Street. And then the approval of the 5 contracts applied for in 2014 would result in a net loss of property tax revenue to the county of about $1,300. That's associated with that new 48-acre contract. And this map, this aerial, shows you just a little bit more on the rescission reentry. So we have 3 properties that are owned by Jefferson Farms. Those are in 20-year farmland security zone area contracts. And then we have 1 property that's located, or that's associated with Mr. Magana, and that property is a 10-year LCA contract. And the rescission reentry is being done because of a lot line adjustment. The lot lines are being adjusted in the internal portions of the parcels, so the exterior portions of the parcels aren't changing, which means that the amount of acreage in the Land Conservation Act program is also not changing. This just shows a little bit more. They're planted in avocados and lemon. And this is the 10-year contract. Levens Ranches applied for this new contract. It's 48 acres, also in lemons and avocados. The 5 contracts qualify for a categorical exemption with the California Environmental Quality Act. Notice was made to the Ventura County Star, property owners within 300 feet of all of the project sites, the planning director of the city of Moore Park, as well as LAFCO staff and the property owners associations within the SOMAS area. And no public comments have been received. All of the findings have been met for the proposed contracts. The contracts comply with the State Land Conservation Act, or Williamson Act. They comply with the county general plan, the county non-coastal zoning ordinance, and the county LCA guidelines. Solar use easements. In 2011, Senate Bill 618 was passed, which authorized the parties of an LCA contract to rescind their contract and simultaneously re-enter into a solar use easement. Now, while that happened in 2011, in 2014, earlier this year, the Department of Conservation adopted procedures, fees, and regulations for how to actually go about implementing a solar use easement. We also had Assembly Bill 2241, which allowed the county to retain 50% of the rescission fee, and the state would also retain 50% of that rescission fee. And that rescission fee was changed to 10% across the board, whether you have an LCA contract or a Farmland Security Zone area contract coming out. There are 3 counties that have already adopted the solar use easement program and have decided to enter into contracts with landowners. Those are San Luis Obispo County, Tuolumne County, and San Joaquin County. And the county would be responsible for determining the amount of tax benefit that a landowner would receive. And that's something that the tax assessor's office would work on, and those guidelines have not been provided yet by the state, but we anticipate that they would be soon in the future.
Can I ask you that? That's a question.
Sure.
So I heard recently that by the continuation of the Williamson Act, agriculture is, somebody stated, would receive about a $6 million worth of property tax savings. Is that?
So yes. So what the actual change would be. So the assessed value differential of the Land Conservation Act program is about $607 million. And of that, the property taxes that wouldn't be received are about $6 million. And of that $6 million, $1.5 million would actually go to the county general fund.
But for the property owners, they're paying $6 million less in
Right.
property tax.
Exactly.
As a result of our continuation of the Williamson Act.
Yes, that's correct.
And I'm glad to clarify that, because I remember the $345,000 figure, and that's actually just the figure just to administer the program that gives the extra $6 million to the property owners.
Exactly. So there are some criteria for entering into a solar use easement contract. It needs to be marginal land, so not everybody with agricultural property can enter into a contract. So there needs to be an impairment pattern. That could be salinity, could be a drainage issue, flooding issues. And then the submittal requirements would go first through the county. The county would determine if the landowner is eligible, as well as the State Department of Conservation. And then these are some of the submittal requirements that a landowner would be required to submit prior to receiving a solar use easement. What I wanted to draw your attention to was the soil management and site restoration plan. That plan would state how the land would be restored once that solar use easement expires. And the solar use easements are set for a 20-year term. They can be no less than a 10-year term. So going on to our recommended actions, the Planning Division recommends that your board continue to accept and process the LCA program and accept the LCA contracts for 2014, continue the administration of the LCA program with no changes, and direct the Planning Division to amend the LCA guidelines to include information on solar use easements. And I also wanted to point out that the Agricultural Policy Advisory Committee met on October 8th and also recommended that your board approve the 5 contracts for 2014. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Do we have any questions for staff? Very good. We're ready for a motion. It's been moved and seconded. Ready to vote? That passes unanimously. All right. We are now... What's that? Uh-huh. Yeah. She's handled that well. All right, we're now at our 11:30, 11:30 public hearing on the well ordinance. Mr. Pratt.
Good afternoon, Chair Bennett, board members, Mr. Powers. For the record, my name is Jeff Pratt. I'm with the Public Works Agency. I know you're way behind schedule. In the interest of time, I'd be willing to forego my presentation and get to the right questions, if that's okay. But I've got several slides here, if you'd like.
How many? We have two public speakers, right? You know what I'd like to do? Let's hear from the public speakers, and we'll ask both public speakers, are there things on the slides that you feel like you're in good shape, or are there things on the PowerPoint that you want to hear, right? All righty. So go ahead. Let's hear from the public speakers. Our first public speaker, Nathan Bourne. Good afternoon, Mr. Bourne.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Bennett. I'd rather speak after the presentation so I can address what is presented.
Well, the question...
I don't have enough advance notice. There was not proper public outreach as suggested by your board last month on this.
Well, then we will have, if you're making a request to hear the presentation, we'll certainly have the presentation then, all right?
Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead, Mr. Pratt. Let's do the presentation, then we'll have the two speakers come up.
Well, that was close. All right, so we've already got through the greetings part. Today I'm joined by several staff members, well, actually two, who might help me in answering questions. Gerhard Ubner and Tully Cliff are both of the Public Works Agency and the Watershed Protection District. The purpose today, of course, is to present to you modifications to the proposed well ordinance, or to the current well ordinance. Before I do that, your packets kind of involve that stuff that is on your iPad, so I'd like to just walk through the packet contents, so we may be switching back and forth between them. The first thing you have is the proposed ordinance. Exhibits 1 and 2 are appendices to the proposed ordinance. They look like this. Exhibit 1 is actually the flow meter calibration stuff. We've got it standalone to the ordinance, so we may be referring to that. And then we have the basins as Exhibit 2 and Appendix 2 to the ordinance, the proposed ordinance. Exhibit 3 is the red light version, current ordinance. Exhibit 4 are all the comments received from the various parties who did participate in the public outreach. And Exhibit 5 are all the parties to whom we mailed invitations to participate. It was a list we put together out of several lists we had inside the GMA and the well ordinance folks, and it was the best we could do for the time. So with that, I'll get started.
I think you can be as efficient as you can. That everybody will appreciate.
Your board told us to do this on November 14th. I'll skip that. And it was a work that was in progress already, and you should know that. And I'll get to more of that in the rest of the presentation. Here's the way water resources are used inside the county. The big thing about this is that 63% of the groundwater, or the water used in the county, is groundwater. Another big thing about this is that the imported water, the 25%, largely comes from the State Water Project. The State Water Project has been very unreliable this century, and I think this year the state water deliveries were something like 10% of the allocations, and they're projected to be something like the same for next year. They've really fallen off. So what's that done? It's put a lot of pressure on the groundwater resources as surface water falls away. In addition, we're in the third or fourth year of a drought, and so that puts a lot of pressure on the groundwater basins, in that there isn't a lot of precipitation for that 63% of groundwater used by ag to offset that. Going to the next slide, you'll see that the pie on the left is the one you saw on the previous slide. The two on the right, the top one is agriculture, the bottom one is M&I. The important thing about this is agriculture, about 85% of the water they use in agriculture comes from groundwater. They get a very little bit of surface water, something on the order of 9%, and they use a little bit of recycled water. And we'll talk more about this in a bit. M&I, 34% groundwater, 55% imported water, and that imported water, again, highly unreliable, which means even the M&I producers, there's increased pressure to go to the groundwater resource. And it comes at a time when the groundwater resource is stressed to levels that it hasn't seen in 20 or 30 years. And when there are certain environmental actions that are taking some of the recharge away from the groundwater resource. So it's sort of the perfect storm, if you will. The purpose of the ordinance update is, there are a number of them. A couple of them are listed here, but the current well ordinance that we have has failed to accomplish its goal. We have about 9,000 penetrations in the county, which you can call wells. Of those, we know very little, about 3,000 of them. 550 of those, people have just refused to abandon them, or have refused to close them. They've just left them sitting abandoned, and we haven't been able to convince them that they need to be destroyed. 1,200, we have no idea where they are or what state they're in. And then there's 1,300 that are just missing in action. So while we have, since we've been moving along with this ordinance, managed to track about 6,000, fully a third of them are missing from the basin. The well ordinance complements all the groundwater management agencies' activities, and it's used by the groundwater management agencies, and they frequently complained about it because it doesn't have the teeth that they think it needs when we're doing enforcement actions. A number of their board members have called for modifications, and as a consequence of that, we had started modifications a few months ago. The modifications to the well ordinance were not the top priority with everything else that were going on, but recently became a priority with the passage of the Groundwater Sustainability Act and the people lining up to be groundwater sustainability agencies. But the heart of this is that you really can't manage what you don't measure. Very little is known about the groundwater basins in California. More is known about the groundwater basins in Ventura County because we've been monitoring for some 40 plus years, since the 1970s. There have been modifications to the well ordinance, I think 5 or 6 of them over time, the last one being in 1999, which required the reporting of water levels. So it was time. These are the 32 or so groundwater basins that are very important to the health, well-being, and prosperity of Ventura County. Different basins have different issues. Some of them are water level issues. Some of them are water quality issues. We have, again, for 40 plus years, been administering a well ordinance that's largely to do with construction of wells, trying to track trying to know where they are, prevent open penetrations from allowing contamination or pollution of the underlying resource. These are the kinds of well permits we issue, which goes a little bit beyond what you traditionally think of wells. And this is, the bottom bullet is the things that we do currently under the current ordinance. So most of our stuff is to do with construction and destruction, which has been a bane and sort of a frustration for some of the GMA board members, both in the Ojai Basin and in Fox Canyon. We have always required that, we've adopted standards of others and required everyone to meet them. That is, i.e., the Department of Water Resources. And we haven't tried to reinvent the wheel where standards are concerned. We currently administer the well program, the well ordinance, on behalf of all the cities, with the exception of Oxnard. Now, let me explain that sort of tangled web. We have agreements with 9 of the cities to administer a well ordinance. They have adopted their own independent well ordinance, and they have an agreement with us. Their well ordinance looks like ours. In some cases, I suppose it was cut and pasted. In other cases, they may be adopted by reference. But for more on that, County Council is here to help with the answers. So this ordinance that we're talking about will really apply to the unincorporated area for the moment. This is the kind of data we collect water level measurements in the 32 groundwater basins. We've maintained this database since the 70s, and we've got data in it that goes back to the 1900s. This data is very important in measuring the health of the basins and the sustainability of the actions in the basins. All of our well monitoring is done with volunteers. People volunteer to be part of the program. They allow us on their property. We send somebody out. We measure water levels a couple times a year. In 1980, we had 381 sites we were doing that at. That has dropped to currently about 188, which is just a dearth of information over the area that we cover. Let me catch up with my presentation. These are areas where we sample the water quality. Some of this is from our stormwater program. Some of it's in the wells. The point of this is that it's all voluntary. None of this, and so we rely on people to let us on their property to do these measurements. Now, this ordinance update proposes to modify the purpose, and this is what the purpose said. This purpose has been modified in accordance with stakeholder comments received, and these are the areas of that the purpose tries to address. And what we're really trying to do is make sure that this is a sustainable resource, that the economic viability of ag is maintained, and the health and well-being of the residents of Ventura County are maintained. We had, in the proposed updates, are a number of definitions we proposed to update. A lot of it to do with the new groundwater system definitions within the new, I'm going to call it GSA, Groundwater Sustainability Act, and definitions in the Department of Water Resources Bulletin 118. Staff has also suggested some changes, and we can distinguish those based on our experience administering the wells, the stuff we've heard from the GMA board members, and so forth. And we'll talk about that a little bit later in the some of the updates were made to promote internal consistency. A lot of outdated text has been removed. We've deleted large sections of text, and we've tried to eliminate any redundancy in the ordinance. On data collection, you can see what we propose, and we propose these where they're feasible. We propose flow meters on wells, on anything but the de minimis well use, which is 2 acre-feet or less per year, which would constitute a domestic use, we think. And we've asked that meters be calibrated every 3 years. Well, these suggestions come from our experience with the GMA. They have 30 years working through this. They had 8 years of public input on well metering, flow meters, and how to go about administering it, how to make sure that the meters were working, and so forth. So we borrowed heavily from them in some of this example.
Jeff, let me ask real quick. So how do you pick 3? Why don't you pick 1 year? Why don't you pick 6 years? And what's the difference?
That came out of the GMA and their experience with it, and there were a number of people, well operators, who were at the table. There were people who installed and calibrated flow meters. There were committees who looked at it, and it literally was a years-long process. So there's a wisdom there I can't really criticize nor explain. So we borrowed it. Just to be frank.
I was just curious. I mean, how much do they get out of? Do we know that?
I've heard that the well meters start going off about 5 years or something. They start to lose the spoons and whatever that spins in there. But I don't know the answer to that question, frankly.
Is that more on the larger ones versus? Because I'm just wondering, you get some that's 2 acres versus somebody's got 50 acres versus somebody's got 100. Now somebody's got thousands of acres. Is it faster? Because if somebody's going to go pay them money to have that calibrated, they find it's good every 3 years. It's good. But that's only because I use 30 acre feet or 50 acre feet versus a guy who uses thousands of acre feet and spending an awful lot more. I mean, is there some way to do that?
Oh, yeah. Certainly it could be scalable. I don't know how to do that. So, again, we borrowed from the GMA. I don't remember scalability being an issue inside the GMA discussions, although they have people that you described, the hobby farmers versus the root production growers and so forth, who don't use their wells as heavily.
Yeah, I was just curious because we're going to ask somebody to pay for this, and it comes back, it's perfect. Every 3 years, it's perfect. And I only use 5 acre feet or 10 acre feet. Should it be the guys that are bigger? That's all I'm thinking. Because it's based on how many times that thing spins, right?
It's a good point. Yeah. And unfortunately, another area of ignorance for me. So as I recall, and I was there at sort of the ending of the discussions. I don't remember scalability. It must have been finished earlier.
And de minimis wells are exempt.
That's correct. Anything 2 acre feet or less use.
If you're 2 acres, right?
Oh yeah. They're definitely in their thousands. They're the hundreds of users. They're the people in the 60s and 50s. And so, but yeah, we didn't try to interpret or scale anything. We make reference to a number of DWR well standards in the document. Again, we didn't want to recreate the wheel. This is part of the making everything align. We also, confidentiality on well reports, which are required as part of the ordinance and have always been, is a huge issue for many people. What we've heard is that some people feel that release of some of the information that's associated with drilling a well could affect property values. Others feel that they have some sort of competitive edge on people in the growing industry. They don't want the information released. So DWR makes it confidential. That stuff's not going to be released. That's just sort of an FYI. This is DWR stuff. Again, this is to prevent water from backflowing into the well holes and contaminating an aquifer. You have backflow devices on your house if you have sprinkler systems or even outdoor watering. That's pretty stuff. Disinfection. We said you're not putting chemicals down the hole unless it's disinfection. That's essentially in concert with the state. That's presented some issues for people. I'm not sure why, but we've tried to address those. And here's where we heard mostly from some of the GMAs was that we were really weak on the enforcement. So in the current ordinance, what we do is if you don't play with the ordinance, we put a lien on the property, we walk away, which accounts for some of those 3,000 or more unknowns out there in the well world, because we don't know anything until they try and sell the property or something, and they come to clear up the issue. And frequently when that happens, they can't find the well anymore, and so we go through this roundabout process with divining rods and everything else, trying to find the damn well out there. So. And then more often than not, we don't find it. So this puts enforcement not only on the construction side, but also on, now that we have metering and measuring, on that side of the equation as well.
How does it address it sounds like almost a third of the wells we don't have information on. So how does it address those 1/3 of the wells? You're assuming they have liens on them? Or, I mean, it seems like the ordinance, what measures are there in place to take care of it?
I think that these will apply retroactively to the wells we have problems with. We have refocused now with the Groundwater Sustainability Act on going back and looking at those. We aren't generally staffed to do this. In the past, your board's been sort of loath to go after. This is stepping up the game and protecting the resource a little bit more. I don't know how it will fall out in implementation, but I think this stuff applies. So if they've got an abandoned well, and they won't destroy it, this will give us the authority to step the game up a bit.
I just wonder. It seems remarkable that it's that many wells that we don't have a handle on. A third of about a third.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I figured. And I don't really see a mechanism for how to address those. And if some of those are pumping, which I imagine some are, that's having an impact on the aquifers, right?
Yeah, we did find actually in the GMA where with GMA staffing, we went after and upped the game there. We did find that there were wells out there that just didn't bother to report, and we had to find them through various other means, and we got them into the fold.
Are you foreseeing a process of going about trying to identify those wells?
Yes, but we haven't defined it yet.
The assessor's office or other places?
Yes. Mm-hmm. So the urgency well ordinance was subsumed and put in here. It starts at section 4826.1, and there's about 3 or 4 subsections that follow. It's just the applicable parts are in their entirety. We left out the whereases and wheretofores and so forth for the symmetry, and because that's where people will look for it. On November 12th, we sent out an invitation for a workshop on the 19th. Along with the invitation, we sent out a red line copy, just sort of staff's initial take on what the well ordinance might look like, based on stuff we'd heard from the different GMAs and stuff we've been discussing internally, and our problems with the missing wells and so forth. We at the outreach meeting, we provided an overview of what was going on, why we're doing it, and some background. We had 50-plus people there. We've got the attendance sheet if you need it. People asked questions. We responded to what we could, and we made changes accordingly.
Jeff, of the
Sir.
50 attendees, were they stakeholders or just the public in general? Or who?
Yeah, well, I'd call anybody a stakeholder who lives in the county because...
Let's back up a little bit. People that use water, then like farmers and so forth.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
The
list that we have is people that either on our well ordinance, mailing list, or on the GMA. That's we married those two lists and then sent it out to everybody.
Okay.
And then people inside that notified people. For example,
Others.
AWA is on that list. They notified their members. CoLab is on that list. They notified their members. So that was the way we accomplished the outreach and tried to get some interest in this, right?
Good. Okay.
So one of the comments we heard both at the workshop and then in the comment letters received was that in the purpose statement we'd assigned that we'd said the purpose is for the management protection of the aquifer, and management seemed to imply we were making ourselves managers. That wasn't the intent, so we removed the word management. This is intended to complement any GSA that forms the same way it complements the GMA activities right now. And it can be used by them or not used by them, adopted differently. But it will definitely start the data collection process that is so vital to preparing a groundwater sustainability plan. There was a lot of discussion about construction standards. We referred them that we're trying to protect the supply. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. We're going to use the standards that exist. In the enforcement section, there was a comment that there wasn't enough due process. We changed the language and added the due process. More on that later. The measurements on water level, we talked to them about how we did it, and then later on we talk a little bit about flow meter requirements and whether or not it's feasible to or retrofit your well for water level measurements. But the water level requirements have been in the ordinance 1999, I believe. So after that, we sent out another draft and asked for comment back within 5 days. And then we incorporated those comments. And then on December 3rd, we sent out the final draft. And as a result, we made a number of changes even subsequent to that. These are the commenters that we've seen. You should probably spend a little time on that. These were major commenters on the ordinance. We tried to respond to all of their comments individually where we could and collectively where it was more appropriate. And I can run through their comment. The next series of slides, it's comments and responses. I can skip all that and jump to the fact that this item, this ordinance, is categorically exempt from CEQA. And that's something important. Our recommendation is that are in your board letter, and I can answer any questions that you might have.
Do you have any questions for Mr. Pratt before we go on? All right, let's open up to our public hearing. Mr. Bourne.
Oops.
Thank you for having the presentation beforehand.
You're welcome.
Nathan Bourne, Thousand Oaks. I own 2 parcels of land contiguous to the Lake Sherwood development in an area that is currently zoned 20-acre minimum. I have a problem with this. There was not enough public outreach on this. I was looking over the introductory letter of Mr. Pratt's presentation today, and it said that on your November 14th meeting, you directed the Public Works Agency to propose appropriate updates to the county ordinance, conduct public outreach, and agendize a recommended revised well ordinance no later than September 9th. What's the rush? There was only one stakeholders meeting. I'm on several stakeholders lists. I wasn't emailed or advised that there was a stakeholders meeting on this. And I feel that this should be delayed until at least one more stakeholders meeting is held to cover this revised document. I also find problems with the current document. First of all, I don't think the burden of the county's desire to track usage of water wells should be only a burden placed on applicants for new water wells, but especially those of us who are only using them for domestic uses on private properties. 2 acre feet per year, I don't think is a high enough threshold for domestic uses. If you've got some landscaping, which the fire department would require in high fire hazard areas, you might go over that 2 acre limit. So I would like to see a higher threshold for a waiver of a requirement of a flow meter. Possibly also a waiver for domestic use of water wells on parcels of 10 acres or less. Maybe they should be exempt. The ordinance does not address problems with the fact that, and I mentioned this to a member of staff, I've seen a map of the records of existing water wells in the county. There are so many parcels with existing homes on them that they don't show a water well on. Well, obviously they have a water well on there, so they're not tracking those water wells. They don't know whether they're properly maintained or they were properly cased and whether they're being used properly. And the burden of future monitoring should not be placed strictly on applicants for new water wells. If they're going to go ahead and put this forth, it should be also a requirement for the older wells. But again, Supervisor Parks asked about all the existing wells that they're not following up on keeping records on. Well, like I said, there's tons of wells that you don't have any records about. So what about those? Those are probably even a bigger problem. And all you have to do is look at Google Maps and look at the homes there and then compare it to your map of existing water wells, compare the homes that you don't show water wells on and send somebody out there to investigate what type of condition is this water well and why wasn't there a permit issued or why isn't there any record of it. I'm running out of time here. I hope I can get through all of this. This also doesn't address problems with water wells that are being used for irrigation of golf courses, which I find absurd waste of water, especially during a drought. Lake Sherwood has at least 2 water wells. They're supposed to be using reclaimed water, but they're using water wells and potable water. Potable water that should be used for consumption by domestic users, because the potable water is less expensive than the treated wastewater. Also, let's see. I think I've pretty much covered it.
Thank you,
I'd like
Mr.
to see another stakeholder meeting, please.
Thank you for your testimony. Lynn Jensen? Good afternoon, Ms. Jensen.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thanks for this opportunity to speak. I'm Lynn Jensen with the Ventura County Coalition of Labor, Agriculture, and Business, and we did take quite a look at the ordinances. We do feel like it was a fairly rushed process for an ordinance that was essentially rewritten, and we do agree with the increase in data collection on new wells going forward. I think that will be a good thing for the county. There were a lot of comments during the stakeholder meeting on the ordinance, but there weren't as many on the flow meter calibration appendix, and I think that's partly because the language is very complicated and difficult to put together. We do appreciate the Watershed Protection District's review and the changes in the ordinance that they made in the general ordinance.
from many of the commenters, and I think that was a good thing. But we don't feel that the calibration policy had as much of a thorough review, as I said. And we actually had several of our communications in the last couple of days from our farming members questioning the need for calibrations every 3 years for all of these wells. And so I actually took a little bit better look at the calibration policy and sent in a letter. Unfortunately, it was very late last night. And just keep in mind that many of these ag wells are used intermittently. They're not used all the time. And so this flow meter, over 3 years, it may reflect only a very small usage of some of these wells. So we had 4 or 5 comments here. One of them was within the calibration policy, it seems like it clouds the definition of what a de minimis extractor is. In the main ordinance, it says de minimis extractors essentially are those that use less than 2 acre-feet a year. In the calibration policy, it adds this meters of less than 10 motors of less than 10 horsepower, in addition to being less than 2 acre-feet. So I thought that was kind of confusing as to what we were talking about. That's kind of a conflicting statement. And also, if you're de minimis, what if a domestic well serves more than one house, 3 or 4 houses? Does that 2 acre-feet per each house? How exactly does that work? Because I thought the idea was trying to exempt most small domestic uses from this flow meter requirement. And then also there's a 5-year period. There's all this language in there about a 5-year period expired from the calibration of the well can apply for an additional 5-year waiver. But again, this is all related to de minimis extractors, which it looks like in the beginning they really are exempt from having to have the flow meter and calibrations. And then in addition to that, there's testing option for Southern California Edison, and our farmers are saying, well, how do you make this comparison between the meters that you would have calibrated by some company and California Edison, and also the fact that Southern California Edison is having trouble right now meeting time requirements for looking at the current time, and so adding new burdens for them to come out and look at wells is also going to be going to be difficult. They're worried about the time frame of getting these calibrations done. So in our recommendation, we were thinking that maybe we could simplify this ordinance a little bit, take some of the language out of it, maybe have it only apply to wells in high and medium priority basins, because those are the ones we're focused on. Those are the ones we think that there may be problematic, rather than having everybody in the county who has a domestic well, say out in these very rural areas, have to have their flow meters calibrated. And then changing the requirements such that users between 2 and 100 acre-feet per year maybe calibrate them every 5 years. Jeff Pratt said that was kind of something that he thought the 5 years was when you start seeing flow meters maybe change in their accuracy. And then between 2 and 100 acre-feet, and then over 100 acre-feet perhaps go to the 3-year requirement. So that's our comments today, and thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll come back to the staff now and close the public hearing on this part of the ordinance. I have a question for staff. Actually, no, I have 2 questions, but section 4826, the Aquifer Protection Program. For the benefit of everybody that doesn't have 26 in front of them, that's the reporting that that says.
Yes, that's an unfortunate name, but it's essentially the reporting section.
Yeah, it's essentially the reporting section. It says, that's the thing that says you have to report and what you've done in the previous 12 months. In addition, for water wells that have water level measuring devices, each well shall report annually their water level. And any results from completed aquifer pumping tests. Then it says down at the bottom of that all seems to work and make sense. It says at the bottom of that owners of wells located within the following, and this is a question I have for council also. The last sentence of A1 in section 4826 says owners of wells located within the following agency jurisdictions in lieu of a separate submittal may submit copies of existing reporting forms from United, Fox Canyon, Ojai, any other government agency. And my question is, what if those reporting forms don't require what we're asking for, which is the water level? It seems to be we ought to have, the sentence ought to say, can submit copies of existing reporting forms if those forms, comply with what we're doing, that's...
Are consistent with
consistent with the reporting requirements that we have. So, County Council, I know, trying to make any modification in an ordinance is hard to do on the spot. We're trying to...
No, I think we understand your point, and it's probably implied in the way it is, but we don't see any harm in clarifying it by saying if consistent, or if provides the same information as would be reported on the county form.
And you think that's not an inappropriate thing for us to add right now?
We can add that today.
Okay, great. 4826A1, the end of the paragraph before the A, B, C, and D, right?
So the full paragraph of A1.
Section 4826, Aquifer Protection Program, which is...
And the end of that sentence says, may submit copies of the existing reporting forms, and we can add if the form requires the same information.
Or contains the same.
Form contains.
I could see them putting using the existing
requires.
Form, writing in the well level if they needed to.
Contains the information required.
Right.
In the county form.
That's fine. Or required by the county.
By the county form. Now I've heard an alternative, information required by this section. That way they could read the section and know what.
Great. Okay.
Information required by this section.
And I'm sorry I didn't catch that sooner, but prefer to obviously not be working that out in the boardroom.
Jeff, have you come up with the application yet? I mean, we don't see a copy of that?
Do we have the form developed yet?
I mean,
do we have the form developed yet for the...
when somebody comes up with an application, what are you asking?
You have the proposed application? We have an application for a well permit right now. The question is, do we have it for this? We don't have it for this proposed ordinance yet. Because it hasn't been adopted. Did that make sense?
Okay.
Huh?
We have an application that's required
right,
for
but you're
the existing ordinance.
You're going to change some things now based on...
We haven't developed that yet.
So is that part of this whole thing, or is it two separate pieces?
It seems administrative in nature. I didn't know that we should bring that to your board. It's just administration of the ordinance that you adopt.
Just a few other questions. Have a constituent with wells and wanted to get some clarification on the 3-year time frame. It said 3 years. I assume it just means if you from the time let's say you put a well in this coming July, then so 3 years from that installation you have to have your meter every 3 years after. Yeah. So the calibration is from the time that you put that well in. Right?
My recollection is, and I got to turn to Rick for this, but the meters come calibrated, and there's not a calibration required at the initial installation. And then so 3 years later. But the way it worked with the GMA was because it was just impossible to have everybody on the same 3-year schedule.
Right.
We rotated through the various sub-basins. So in fact, some people weren't doing their calibration for 5 or 6 years out and then starting their 3-year rotation.
Well, that leads me to two things that was brought up at this meeting was that the way a meter is installed could influence whether it's, if it's not installed properly, it's not going to read properly.
That's correct.
Right. So doesn't a meter have to be calibrated installed?
With the new well, the people doing the installation are supposed to know how many links down the pipe to put the meter and so forth. So I suppose there might be a situation where it would be required because they couldn't get the length they needed or they couldn't install it as according to manufacturer specs.
Right. Okay. Well, clarification, I mean, every 3 years, and I think, like you said, you'd have some kind of rotation, but some kind of clarification of the 3-year cycle would make sense. And then from Fox Canyon, I know that was an issue that was raised. People wanted to make sure the meters were metered, installed, so that
that's correct. One of the reasons that we had a standalone portion for the float is because we felt that it might change over some period of time. Given we borrowed heavily from the GMA, who put this through an immense public, stakeholder process, but that doesn't mean it's right for your board. So we put it standalone for ease of use. Somebody doesn't have to read the whole ordinance to try and figure out what's required on this well installation or as well. And for that very reason, it makes it easy to modify as well. So based on experience, if we find problems with this, we'll be back to your board saying we recommend the following changes.
And some people, just to remind people about the timing, because a significant part of the county will not be covered by the well moratorium after January 31st when the state does their identification of this. It seemed appropriate for us to have this ordinance adopted before that happens. With that being the case, that's why it was condensed. Number one, I want to compliment staff. I think that they did a good job in terms of outreach, working under tighter time frames than normal.
And a holiday.
I think, but with the holiday coming up, doing the second read at our next meeting would then, it's 30 days after that, which would get us in just before that expiration. That's the reason why it's better to do a change in a well permit like this when you have a moratorium in place, so that you don't have wells coming in just a few days before this ordinance is going to take effect. At the same time, I think some legitimate questions are raised about how often to meter the wells, and like you said, so what I would suggest is the good government approach for us to take here is to approve this with the recognition that that's a very easy section to fix.
Right.
And use some experience. It's not like everybody's got to do this right away. And if in 6 months you find better language, for this, language that deals with the 2 versus the 5, acre feet, that kind of stuff, come to us. But for us to try to have this so it's in effect before we get to the January 31st, I think it becomes more difficult.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, can we put a date out there that say within 6 months you'll come back, maybe with some more discussion, because I'm sure some of these farmers will come up to you and different people. We heard here from Thousand Oaks, and I understand where you came to the 2, but it may not be that 5 or 10 acre feet is we don't need to do this, or it's a lot longer out. Because again, I don't know the machines, and I would imagine that the larger ones that are pumping a lot of water get recalibrated much differently, Or maybe they're bigger. Someone can know they're bigger and they're better and they can handle that. I don't know. But maybe we could say within 6 months come back with just a report on this or something, if it's possible to do that.
I'd be comfortable with that. Maybe make it a little bit longer than 6 months.
I don't know.
I mean, people aren't going to do it.
But I just don't want it to sit.
Yeah. So how about within a year? Let's visit this particular thing. Adopt this ordinance, but let's visit that topic. Water is becoming a more important commodity for everybody, to sort of be aware of. I mean, the state's basically changed the era of groundwater pumping is in a new era at this point in time, and so we are going to have accurate measurements, and calibrating of meters is part of that. I think we want to try to make it appropriate and not at the same time make sure that we don't have sort of meters that are inappropriately reading and giving us, false information or et cetera. So I would suggest we stay with that, but I appreciate the input of some other alternatives. So I'd add that. So the modifications I would make would be to the language that the county council just suggested that one sentence, so we don't have somebody saying, I submitted the form, so I don't have to submit, like see that happen. And then we also direct you to revisit just that, so that you don't have to have this whole stakeholder thing. I want to be clear on that. We're not on the whole thing, but just that
The
particular
metering issue.
The metering of the length of time, particularly for the smaller meters, right? In terms of that, and I know Supervisor Long has something, but that issue of the calibration of the well meters, that's the issue that I've gotten the most questions of from people. They want to know how that's going to happen, who's going to do it, under what circumstances, et cetera. And I think we want to try to be rational and appropriate. We want to try to safeguard the source and at the same time not be overly burdensome on a small user in terms of doing that. Supervisor Long.
Thank you. I think I had some of this in the same line of questions, and certainly those raised by Ms. Jensen and the CoLab submittal on the calibration issue and the connection to Edison's ability to keep up with the demand for calibrations, and the suggestion by CoLab to perhaps hold on Exhibit 1, and with your suggestion to revisit in a year, that would in essence not hold on Exhibit 1, but would revisit it to see how it's working as far as those components of the
Yes,
calibration and the flow.
I think you're far better off having it as part of the ordinance and then revisiting it than to just hold. I think that introduces us on the fly here trying to figure out what does that do? Does the whole thing hold together when you pull out a section?
An exhibit? Okay.
Yes, right.
Okay. I think that...
Okay. Supervisor Zaragoza?
I just wanted to share that we're going to put Nathan on the list, make sure that he gets all the information. I know he mentioned that, so I think it's important that we keep him up to speed with an email and so forth.
All right. Anything else? Supervisor Parks?
Well, this isn't really specific to the ordinance. The comment raised regarding the use of well water in Lake Sherwood area and putting potable water on the golf course. I think we've mentioned that before, and I think staff had stated that they believe it was all recycled water, but I think that is something the Community Service District would probably look into on that. Also, from my understanding, both Westlake Lake in the city of Thousand Oaks and also Lake Sherwood both use potable water to sustain the lakes, which when we start looking at as water becomes more precious, those kind of uses need to be questioned, I think.
Okay. If we don't have any other comments, we are running slightly behind. We have a motion and a second for this work. And again, I want to compliment staff. This was fairly tight with the holidays and everything else in there. And so thank you very much. And also thank the stakeholders for giving input and getting after it also over the holidays and stuff.
Sorry, I have to read this into the record.
Mr. Chair, just one. Mr. Chair.
Excuse me, folks. We still have to read this into the record.
But we just want to advise Brian to read it in as amended by the vote. So you have to add as amended.
Brian, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. An ordinance of the County of Ventura repealing and reenacting Division 4, Chapter 8, Article 1, Sections 4811 through 4828 of the Ventura County Ordinance Code regarding groundwater conservation as amended by the Board of Supervisors.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Supervisor Foy, you were talking about correspondence, but we got that taken care of. We're going to go into closed session, and then we come back out for a 3 o'clock time certain item, and we have 1:30 Air Pollution Control District, which won't be officially us coming back out, right? No closed session at all? We now have no closed session, so we have 20 minutes to refresh ourselves before APCD, board members. Leave when? All right, we'll call the meeting back to order, and we have just our 3 o'clock time certain item in front of us. We had no closed session, so we have nothing to report. So we're on for Ms. Krieger in the CEO's office on a harbor presentation.
Maybe I'll just kick it off real quick. If that's okay.
Of course.
So a couple things. Obviously, one of the purposes of today's hearing is to discuss extending the agreement, the 1963 agreement with the City of Oxnard. Secondly, we hope to discuss or have your board discuss the scope of that agreement. Third is to discuss the visioning process, the planning process that's occurred over these last, say, 20 years or so out at the harbor, the extensive process that's taken place. Clarify also the issue of Seabridge and how that's distinct from the County of Ventura, and then get some direction from your board going forward. Lynn.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. Mr. Powers, Lynn Krieger from the Harbor Department, and I'm so sorry to be talking to you at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I know you'd like to go home, so I will try and be as quick as I can be given this issue. CEO Powers was right. The real focus of today is to request that the board act on the extension, if it's your pleasure, till March 18th for discussion of the 1963 agreement with the city. We're requesting your approval of that agreement, and you recall that on October 28th, new city manager Greg Nyhoff requested that, and the city council did approve it on November 18th. This is just a little review. Why was there an agreement in 1963? This is where the county agreed to annex harbor land area into the city, and in exchange the city agreed to provide infrastructure and limited services, parks, parking lots, lighting, streets, sewer, in early years of harbor development. Of course, the result of that was, once it was in the city, the local tax revenue went to the city instead of to the county. There are 7 prior amendments. We reviewed those in some detail last time. I know it says 6 here, but you'll see there are 2 second amendments. If you look at the dates, you'll see those are way, way before any of our time. But there are 2 second amendments, so we really do have 7 prior. The issues that are remaining in staff's view, obviously this is up for discussion of the board, is the city parks and related parking lots are in need of reinvestment and continuing maintenance. And dealing with these issues is a key part of the future agreement. As you recall, the agreement really does deal with these kind of maintenance and management issues. Who cleans the restrooms, who locks and unlocks, how are the parking lots maintained, how are the streets maintained, are they in the city's inventory, and that's a key piece. The second item is that I think you're all aware that in spite of being annexed into the city, the harbor is served with water through the Channel Islands Beach Community Services District. While the harbor does get sewer services from the city, the infrastructure is owned by the CSD. So I think it would be in the county's interest to at least know whether or not there's an opening for having full city services in the harbor in exchange for all of this tax revenue changing hands. And I know it would certainly be important for the CSD to have some advanced knowledge if the county has any such intention. And it takes a long time, as you know, to plan for this kind of infrastructure switch. So, and that leaves it then to the county at a future date to make a final decision.
Yeah, Lynn, you know, we should be clear on number 2. We're talking a few years there, right? And we're not talking
almost a decade.
Oh, yeah, okay, because we're not talking that's going to happen tomorrow. So,
right.
Because we have, you know, I think it's important to the Channel Islands School District. I mean, school district, Channel Islands District. That I'm still thinking school. That they understand that.
Right, yeah. And I think there are a lot of things in play now related to water all over the county, so this is a good time to be having such a conversation. Again, you saw this a few weeks ago. This is anything that is in green is a city park owned by the county but operated by the city, and the blue are the parking lots that relate, and the yellow are the city streets. There was some question at the last meeting, both by members of your board and by members of the public, about what plans and visioning is out there.
Could you go back to the map, please?
Yes, of course.
I know in your first slide you said in exchange for the city annexing in the land.
Right.
There was this agreement. The city annexed what in the land outside of the city street area? Is that what you're referring to? Because you said the county still owns the parks, right?
Within this boundary, Everything except the Coast Guard station is owned by the county.
Okay.
The land area inside that boundary is within the city limits. The water area is not. But the infrastructure, the streets, and what lies under the streets, except for...
So the land area is in the city,
right,
but owned by the county.
Correct.
And and the property tax that you said the city gets to collect is what property tax?
Well, it's, as I understand it, this has always been a relatively confusing matter. It is all of the possessory interest tax for the improvements, the buildings and so forth on the land. Okay. Any possessory interest tax for equipment, for example, kitchen equipment, those things that are bolted down, cash registers, all of that are charged possessory interest across the county. But also because the marina offices are on the land, it's my understanding that the bulk of the marina business also goes to the local government in spite of the fact that it's on the water. And that would be something we'd like to investigate a little further.
The docks, though, are on county jurisdiction?
That's correct.
The slips are in county jurisdiction?
That's correct.
And so this revenue, when you're talking about improvements, do the slip revenue for the improvements goes to the county?
That's going to be part of this negotiation. We're still working on that. The
has
auditor
it been
controller has been very helpful in trying to sort all this out. It's a little complicated the way the parcels are done. So I don't have a clear answer on that for you today, but I will by the time we come back.
I'll come back to this a little bit more later. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Excuse me. The county properties in the city limits.
Right.
Would that be comparable to the Seabridge bonds being in the city limits?
Correct. It's owned by a different party, but it just lies within the city limits.
Just lies within.
Exactly right.
I think that's important to understand that those properties belong to the county, but they're in the city of Oxnard.
Correct.
Okay.
Just like an industrial park
Like
might
any
lie
other-
within the city limits, but it's owned by another party.
Okay.
And then you were speaking to the streets and roads and so forth, and they're
in the city's inventory.
right.
Yeah, it's very common. I don't know why people think about this a little differently. It's because I think we're not accustomed to thinking about government in its proprietary role as a landowner, which is a little different than the usual circumstance. So there's always question. I mean, no matter how often we go out and educate the public, there is some question about the plans within the harbor. The primary, as your board is well aware, is the Public Works Plan. It is the standard of review for all development in the harbor. It was approved by the Board of Supervisors and certified, and all its amendments certified by the California Coastal Commission. It is the official document. It's like the general plan for a city or the general plan for the county. The land uses and everything are set there.
And when was that approved?
That was done in 1986, but there have been several amendments, of course, that are as recent as 2008. There is also a draft master plan that was done that I'll get to in a little more detail in a minute in 1998. That really sets some new development objectives. That's what drives the amendments to the Public Works Plan, and there's a little more detail on that as well. So we have something that sets some new development objectives, and then there's the Public Area Plan and Design Guidelines, which sets guidelines for the standards of development. We want promenades all along the water. We want bike paths where we can have them. We want benches for seating. This is what we want it to look like. And that was adopted also by your board in June of 2008.
So could you go back one?
Yeah, of course.
So if the public areas plan and design guidelines adopted in 2008, the plan for the non-public areas, would we say that's the draft master plan of 1998 and the Public Works Plan?
Yes.
Those tell us what to do with the non-public areas, and this tells us what to do with the public areas.
Right.
Did the original Public Works Plan and draft master plan have a Public Works area plan as part of it? Was the public area? Was there a public area plan that just got revised in 2008?
There really wasn't much of one. I mean, it did say that sidewalks will be completed and so forth as the harbor is developed, but it wasn't very specific about...
This is more specific.
Right. What you want it to look like, what kind of feeling you want it to have, what kind of public access you want to encourage. I mean, that's the whole point of the Coastal Act.
And therefore, the private development should be consistent with that.
Correct.
So that they know what we have planned publicly so that the private stuff is consistent.
Correct. And one of the reasons that we recommended and the board was very supportive of doing that guidelines set is we had a number of parcels redeveloping, and it was very important when they redevelop that they redevelop to your standards and not have this hodgepodge of unconnected sidewalks and promenades and so forth. This, again, is a list from the last time. These are all of the other agreements that have to do with harbor operations. There's the operating agreement with the fire district for the fireboat.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Just real quick, the draft master plan in 1998.
Yes.
How long did it take to get that approved? What was the whole process?
Well, I mean,
Roughly.
it's in draft because it's approved. The Coastal Commission approves project by project. It was about 2 years. We had a set of consultants that were facilitators and charrette drawers and all kinds of things. Yeah, we have a few pictures of that whole process. I'm sorry. And so there are the other agreements. We did review these last time, but just quickly, the agreement with the Fire Protection District, of course, with the CSD for water services, with the university for the boating center, and then with the city of Oxnard for the Westport neighborhood and for Seabridge. And as Mr. Powers mentioned, these are just agreements that have to do with water quality, and it provides the option for the city to retain Harbor Patrol to provide services, but that's terminable at any time. That is entirely separate from the development agreements that are mentioned earlier here. So I can come back to this too if there are questions. So if you talk about the draft master plan, this is what it looked like. It's still on our website. This sort of summarizes, and you can see when you talk about marine research and education, that's where the boating center ended up. You talk about launch and visitor serving facilities, course replacement at the hotel and restaurant. It began to set some of those kinds of standards. The public participation summary for that particular document is there were over 60 community members interviewed besides the public meetings. There were ongoing meetings of about 23 people, as I recall, City of Oxnard, Port Hueneme, Navy, Coastal Commission, the Community Service District, and Harbor Lessees, and a few at-large neighbors who were involved. That was over a 2-year period. We had an open house, and then we had 3 community workshops, including focus groups that went on during the course of the workshop continuously. This was adopted by concept unanimously in May 1998 and is still used as guidance. One of the reasons something like this would last so long is that, as many of you experience, it takes so long to get from a project initiation through the whole Coastal Commission process that if you're going to go through this whole plan, it takes a little while. Then there was also inside that draft master plan, there was a land use and infrastructure plan. And just to highlight what the objectives were that were approved by the board that were adopted, the idea was creating multiple activity centers so that there were places for people to go. That wasn't continuous development, it was centers of development with open space in between. Enhancing the quality of the harbor and maintaining a compatible scale with the surrounding community. That was very important then, and I think it's still important to surrounding neighborhoods now. Create connections among the activity centers and to the surrounding community. Infill between existing developments just to create those centers, a critical mass at each activity center and to make connections. Create attractive edges and gateways, improve circulation and parking, give priority to boating, and improve the infrastructure.
And item 4 there, infill between existing developments, is that infill considered residential?
No, the infill is a combination of things. Sometimes it's just promenades and benches and parks. Other times it's expanding the footprint of a development a little bit so they're not so far apart that they're unattractive to get from one place to another. But the idea was not to have a continuous strip.
But we're trying to create a critical mass of
right.
People at each activity center?
Right, and things to do. Okay. Enough things to do that it's worth going there. Right. So these were the 5 activity centers. You saw this just a little earlier, and you can see, of course, we've been working away on those. Marine Emporium Landing has been built. The boating center has been built. The launch ramp has been rebuilt. And then this is the Fisherman's Wharf area, which was kind of an uncertainty, sort of a blob on the drawing even then. Then we moved on to the harbor plan and design guidelines, which again sets the guidelines for the appearance. Here we had, and these are actual pictures from the workshops. And again, we had a set of consultants work with us on this. We had 2 public workshops. We also had, of course, the Harbor Commission, some things at the Board of Supervisors, and we had a local walking group who are regular walkers around the harbor to talk to us about how the promenade and sidewalk areas should come together, how this would work, and of course the harbor lessees. So we had a first public workshop at the Lobster Trap. It was still open at that time. That's the one you see at the top. And there were stations where there were professional staff, not any of us, but consulting staff were at each of several stations. There were a number of them, and you could stop and give your input and talk to them. And then there was a large second public workshop with 100 people at the Embassy Suites near the harbor. This was a pretty well generally supported document, as I recall. And so it was a pretty complete assessment. We looked at public walkways, parks, landscaping, signage, lighting, drainage, and parking and vehicular circulation. And then there was an implementation plan. You can see, for example, here on Victoria, kind of the before and after. Again, improving the walkway. This has actually happened in a number of areas. So, and this plan won an award from the California chapter of
Mr.
American
Chair.
Planning Association. That was in part because of the public
can
process.
you go back to the other?
Yes.
The much of the implementation is carried out by the harbor lessees.
Right.
They are the ones that are building the businesses and so forth. And so then the remainder of the responsibilities of harbor department, like the boat launching ramp and the other items that were built. Is that
Right.
correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
This, I won't go through
Go
in
back to
detail.
the award, you got cut off.
Yeah,
The award?
no, this in part had to do with the whole planning process and public involvement. So we were really happy about that because, as you know, for a long time we've been criticized about that. So it was nice to have someone say, gosh, what a great process. Took somebody 50 miles away to decide that, I guess. Then there's a summary here, and since I know it's very late in the day, so I'm not going to walk you through this whole thing, but just for example, in 2008, you can see we're looking at what other opportunities have people had to come in and comment. So in 2008, we had 4 Board of Supervisors special presentations. That would be something like today. 33 Board of Supervisor items, I apologize, retroactively. We were here a lot for a long time. 4 California Coastal Commission hearings and 4 Harbor Commission presentations. And there's a little summary for each year. The low point actually is interesting, was in 2012 with 7 presentations and 7 board items. That was just post-recession when things were just a little slower. So this is available to you, of course, and we will put this up too so that people can see it. But there's a lot here. I was even kind of surprised. I knew I was here in front of you a lot, but it was really a lot. I'm surprised you're not entirely sick of me. Maybe you are. So next steps. City negotiations, the 1963 agreement. We should be meeting between today and the end of February because it takes a little while to get back through the agenda process regarding a potential new agreement and terms of whatever type your board decides to approve. And then we have projects at the same time that will be moving forward. The developers will be putting forward concepts for the Board of Supervisors and public review and comment winter, spring 2015. And then we'll have to be preparing the Public Works Plan amendments as needed and bring those to your board in study sessions for review and public comment also in spring of 2015. And prepare any companion city LCP amendments to move concurrently. And that would be, for example, for the mixed use at Fisherman's Wharf or for any height changes at the Casa Serena Hotel. So I believe that's the outline. I encourage you, I would hope you would approve the extension of the 1963 agreement. We really, from the staff side, again, we report to you, so whatever it is you wish. We see it as a very narrow agreement that's management and administrative in nature. If you'd like something different than that, we'd certainly like to know about it today or soon. We'd like to move ahead, if there's any agreement at all.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I want to thank you for the report, and one of the things that I'd like to do is make a motion that we do extend the 63 agreement, with the city of Oxnard, and hopefully that we can get a good agreement from the city of Oxnard to agree on some of the items. And I think you said 2 items that need to be worked on, and that would be the maintenance and so forth, and then the water issue, and that, of course, is going to take several years. Before we have any other comments, I'd like to share that I've met with the working group, the Channel Islands working group, Mr. Mike Mercadante, and also with Lorraine Efres and Diane Delaney and Julie Pena from the working group. And I committed to work with them to go out there and make some presentations to the HOA, Seabridge HOAs, to some of the neighborhoods. I think there's 3-4 neighborhoods there in the Channel Islands area, and committed to sharing with them some of that information you're sharing with us today, and work with and listen to the harbor community, listen to their concerns, work with the community, and also work with the lessees, and so the residents there can understand what we're doing, and also to ask for their input and for their concerns and how to improve the ability to work with the harbor, the city of Oxnard, and the neighborhoods. So I've committed to do that, and Mr. Chair too. I've asked Lynn, and our staff to work with Mercadante and his group to share that information with the stakeholders, the lessees, and all the people that are concerned about the harbor. One of the things that I kind of liked is that the group mentioned to me that this is not just a city of Oxnard issue or county issue. It's a regional issue. The harbor belongs to the whole county, and we have quite a few individuals coming from East County, from West County, from other cities and other areas. So I've made a commitment to work with them, to go out there and make presentations, to have the residents and the stakeholders understand what this county does, and how what the protocol is that the county has, so everybody can understand both sides of the issue, and also some of the concerns that Seabridge has in the Mandalay area, and also the Channel Islands district. So I'm committed to do that, working with them to go out and make some presentations, and with Lynn and myself and my staff, and hopefully maybe we can answer some of the questions and concerns that the people have there at the harbor. So I think that we shook hands, and I think it's important that we understand that. One of the things that I mentioned to them is also that it's important that we work on the exclusive right to negotiate with the current developers that are working on the ERN, and to make sure that the Fisherman's Wharf is developed, to make sure that the peninsula area is developed, and once that information comes in, that we take it out to the community and have the community and the public give us their comments, so they can have a say so of what's happening. And one of the things that was mentioned to me, Lynn, is that apparently there are some plans that are out there that I haven't seen. Is there any plans that was a concern that apparently somebody had mentioned to one of the committee members that there was plans out there that were being passed around, and we haven't seen any plans yet on the
Yeah, the
Fisherman's
developer
Wharf.
for Fisherman's Wharf has not made a final selection of architect yet, so that would be kind of tough. I
Yeah,
haven't
so-
seen anything.
So I wondered, that's my understanding. So there's no plans out there that, okay. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. We have a speaker card that's just been submitted. Supervisor Parks?
I was wondering if I could just make some comments, and then I do have to take off.
All right.
And it is, I appreciate the presentation. It would be nice to have it a little earlier, and also so the residents could see it too, not just for my benefit. But I have a different take at the harbor because I have trouble understanding our mission at the harbor. I know that since I've been on the board, we've had difficulty with ground leases, being able to lease and get improvements to the properties. We're doing like 50-year leases, which give me concern when they're that long. And so I have trouble with what the mission is. I know that there's difficulty in terms of jurisdiction when there's a fire, who's going to go to the fire department, the patrol department. So there's always been that issue because you have conflicting jurisdictions between the city and the county. We also find it incredibly cost prohibitive to get anything done at the harbor. Going through the coastal commission is very difficult. We have a harbor department that's running these projects, but we had to go, get a planner. But I like the idea that we have an entire county planning department that we could be utilizing for that. I have trouble with understanding what our goal is. It's nice to have a coordinated body, a local government, being able to say, okay, let's make sure that everything is done in a coordinated fashion and we get those public improvements like sidewalks and all that. But could the city of Oxnard do it just as well as the county of Ventura? And look at the city of Ventura. It seems like they're doing better at their harbor than the county has been doing at ours. I know at one point the county decided to divest itself of all parks, because they were a financial drain. I don't really even know the finances of the harbor, if it is self-sustaining. I know we gave money to the harbor department not too long ago, so even the revenue that we're getting may not be sufficient, but I don't have the cost numbers on those. And looking at continual failure of the lessees to be able to make their payments and decisions that are being made that I don't know even if it might be considered a gift of public funds when we don't charge leases or we give them at such low rates. I just don't really understand what is the public purpose of the county overseeing the harbor when we have these kind of complicated jurisdictional issues and insufficient funding, and and questions about what's the purpose, I guess. So, I know those are big questions. I wouldn't mind, as we're talking with Oxnard about these kind of agreements, being in the bigger picture of why is the county there? Couldn't Oxnard take care of this one? And would we want to consider doing that?
Yeah,
it's a big question, I realize that.
Mr. Chair, one of the concerns that also the committee has, or they would like to see, is the planning procedure. Get public input early before the project starts. Use like a pre-review process, prior to the RFP or RFQ or so forth, and have the public get a pre-review of the project. And I remember, and I know that I see Matt here in the board meeting room, but I know that the city of Oxnard has a pre-review process of any development that comes in, and then the governing board and policymakers then look at it with public input, and then they say, well, does it fit? Is it good? Is there enough studies on traffic, water, so forth, and et cetera, and that's something that maybe we can use probably after our ERN and the development of the Fisherman's Wharf, because we have other projects that are going to be coming before us, in the harbor. It's something that I think we can probably look at.
Supervisor Lone.
I'd just say that I don't disagree with that, and I think we have done that. And I think you look at the timelines that the directors laid out there and prior actions, particularly, we spent 10 years working on the BISC, and we had many public meetings. And I am the only supervisor who's been sitting here since '97. So, the list that was compiled there of year after year after year of both projects and community meetings is probably not as inclusive as it could represent, because there were also lots of meetings that took place with the prior supervisor and constituencies, just as you're doing now, which is very healthy to do. And I think that we've all, as the board, have always felt like the harbor is a regional asset, and it is something that we all have an interest in, and took steps to ensure that we all did have an interest in it. And I think that I've always felt pretty clear on what the mission of the harbor is, and that it is that regional asset, and it is something that we should be fully engaged in making sure it's as strong as it can be. And as was said, with the economy, we've all struggled.
That's right.
And there was at one time, I'm sorry, the supervisor left that the Ventura Harbor was upside down, clearly upside down, and they had, in the city of Ventura, had to step in and establish a harbor commission and do different things. So I think it's an asset that is as volatile as the economy is as volatile as the layers of the government agencies that intersected, and certainly the Coastal Commission has never been easy to deal with. We've worked and worked and worked, and I think Lynn probably has the best relationship with them, right or wrong, of any up and down the state. And so I think the next steps in the negotiation, I certainly agree with giving some more time, because this obviously has this lengthy history, and seeing what going forward, what fits best for the asset. But I am certainly today, I have to be convinced pretty soundly, looking at changing a position of this asset not being under the county's ownership.
Oh, no, I'm not sure. I think that's why I'm proposing that we go out and make presentations to the public, to the stakeholders, so they can understand, the protocol and what we've done in the county, so they can understand, so they can have input as to why the 1998 agreement was put together, the guidelines in 2008, and so the public can understand what the county's doing. And I think, in fact, I was listening to the city council the other day, and the speakers are saying, well, what's happening at the county? I don't know what's happening. Who's done first and who's done second? By taking this presentation out to the public and let them understand what we're doing, I think it'll be beneficial to all of us. That's where I'm thinking, and work with them and have the public and the stakeholders understand the process and the protocol that the county has. This is where I'm coming from.
We have public speaker, Jared Bouchard, who's with Channel Islands Beach.
Thank you, Chair Bennett. Jared Bouchard, General Manager at Channel Islands Beach. I'll be brief, because I know we all want to go home here, and I get to go to a board meeting again later. So I just wanted to mention a couple things as this issue kind of popped up in the papers and whatnot. Our board wanted to take a look at what the annexation agreement may or may not, how it may affect our district. And in a review of the existing agreement or the extended agreement, first of all, we would support you giving your staff time and the city time to come back and address it and appropriately address that annexation agreement. We sent a letter back in July after that meeting to both the City of Oxnard and the Harbor Director requesting our involvement strictly from an infrastructure standpoint. I do appreciate the slide and the mention of the time, that if ultimately, obviously, the district would really prefer to continue our partnership with the county out into the future. However, we've always maintained that if the county's decision is to separate from us, that it's going to take more than the 1 year notice that the contract calls for, and giving that extended time would absolutely be the right way for the public and everybody to save money. So on that issue, again, I want to maintain our support of continuing our partnership with the county into the future, but setting that issue aside, the infrastructure that supports the harbor is almost solely 100% the district's. And again, you guys have all kind of led on to the issue of the interjurisdictional problems that occur. We're not left out of that mix as well. As the planning process occurs and developments come forward, it seems like something that was not contemplated in the original agreement is how capital infrastructure would be done as developments occur or redevelopment occurs, in that it's really a long ways down the process before the district's ever contacted in that, besides maybe a simple will serve letter, but the planning and the rest of it's kind of way out there by the time we become involved. So the crux of our letter that we requested was that we be consulted in it, so that the city, the county, and the district figure out a means as developments come forward to capitalize necessary infrastructure upgrades. That would be the obligation of the developers coming in, so that the developers know early on what those costs are. It's never good to be the guy at the end of the chain when you've got a multi-million-dollar project and they walk through and say, hey, here's our plans, and we may have to say, well, you can't build that because of A, B, or C, or it's going to cost you millions of dollars in order to upgrade the facilities to do that. So we're just looking for that planning process, that level of involvement on our part, so that those kinds of processes can be clarified within the agreement. The director is correct that it is mainly a administrative document. These are administrative functions, and the majority of that agreement, in my read of it, dealt with infrastructure and how it was going to get set up, where it was going to go. And so we think those are important pieces of any new agreement. Would just appreciate being involved in the new agreement. And the last thing I'll mention, since you guys had a little bit of discussion that's really neither here nor there, of the waterways within the harbor being in the unincorporated area, they are also within the political subdivision of the Channel Islands Beach Community Services District. So liveaboard voters would essentially vote within the community service district as well. So
you say they vote in the...
That's correct. If you're a liveaboard boater, and you're on the waterway, you're within our political subdivision.
They're considered resident, basically.
Yes, if they're a liveaboard, correct. Thank you.
Any idea what numbers you have there of liveaboards?
Not a clue.
So not a huge number.
Mr. Chair, board members, I can just clarify really quickly. I too am sorry that Supervisor Parks is gone, but I will catch up with her later. I thought the board was well aware. I just want to make sure it's clear that at least in the 18 years I've been here, the harbor has never required an infusion of general fund. In fact, we contribute to the county general fund in paying auditor controller services, county council services, CEO services, and generate some net revenue every year, and generally always have, except for 1 or 2 years, number one. And number two, we really haven't had difficulty. Running a business with hundreds of tenants is kind of messy from time to time, but we have had over $62 million of reinvestment in the last 10 years or less. So I guess how it looks when you look at it closely with all the tenant problems that come up from time to time, but really financially we're in a better position than most of our peers, which is we're grateful for.
Well, and appreciate those comments. At one time, the harbor and the parks were together, and the board realized that the harbor was subsidizing the parks, and we separated the two. And the other piece that I think, as any leaseholds and businesses that are county property and overseen by the department and managed with our leaseholds, it's no different from the city that has property that they now have a shopping center on, that they're dealing with the same issues of both the economic ups and downs, the tenant issues that arise with poor management and otherwise. And the comment made about a gift of public funds, this board has been very clear in all of our discussions, I believe, when we've had to make adjustments with our leaseholds, that the leasehold always has the financial backing of bonds, etc., that we always get what is owed to the county and the county taxpayers out of any dissolution or disagreement that we have with the leasehold. So I think that needs to be clear.
Okay, I want to try to point a few things out, and I'm sorry this thing is dragging on a little bit, but the first thing I like to point out is that harbors are just darn difficult places to make work economically. The Ventura City Harbor goes back and forth, cycles up and down. Tenants can't stay. People say, what's going wrong? The harbors are geographically challenged. I think there's all kinds of things that we could talk about for a long time, but harbors in general are difficult. They don't have... You got to draw everybody to a pretty narrow point, and it's hard to get the traffic and everything to stay consistently moving forward. Then they're more complicated when you get your water from one place, you get your sewer service from another place, and you get some infrastructure capital improvements done one way and another way. That's complicated in terms of doing that, and so you really just have to recognize that. I think a lot of people come and act and say, if we just created a vision for the harbor, we would be there. And I think we've been around long enough to go, you create any vision you want, you're still going to have these problems of that are out there. So what I'm trying to do is get us to be as practical, as realistic, as direct, and as simple as possible, so that we can actually focus on these bigger challenges that are out there. So I would just like to point out just one example as we talk. So you hear a little bit about this. Visioning by itself is not going to solve all the problems. That it's a common thing that's brought up. This is a regional asset that was invested in and brought to fruition by the leadership of 5 supervisors representing the residents of all of Ventura County. I just want to give you a classic example. The Boating Safety and Instruction Center has tremendous regional benefits, and yet was bitterly opposed by residents right there. And the objections of those residents, I don't think are found. I don't think anybody now is walking around going, "My gosh, the harbor is some terrible place because of the Boating Instruction Safety Center." But you would have thought that we were bringing the devil incarnate to the harbor. And we spent 10 years on that. So I think you have to put in perspective what you mean when you say stakeholder input and all of that. Who was there speaking for the people that wanted the Boating Instruction Safety Center? People that maybe didn't live right there at the harbor, or people who were going to benefit from it, or the young people that weren't even born yet that were going to benefit from those safety lessons. That's our job. That's what we have to do, is sort of think of the county overall. So with that, I want to try to put this all in proper perspective, and perspective is what I'd like us to emphasize. Input from, if we could have said, hey, we're not going forward with the Boating Instruction Safety Center unless all of the residents agree. If we would never have had the Boat Instruction Safety Center, and I think the harbor would be worse off for it. The residents of Ventura County would be worse off for it in that situation. It didn't take very many people to inflame a whole lot of people that there was something wrong there, and in fact, it didn't turn out that there was anything, quote, wrong there. And in fact, a lot of those people have said, "Boy, I'm glad you have it there now," after the fact. Saying all that, leads me to, I really want to be careful about what processes we commit to going forward, so that they are the right processes for us in terms of trying to move this thing down the road. Going through the Coastal Commission takes forever, right, in terms of trying to get things approved through the Coastal Commission. We have a document that has I think, a very good and well accepted by the public areas plan, which I think sort of identifies the feel, the nature, the support that we want to have for this document. Private development must be consistent with that public plan. So I view that as sort of the guiding light and the guiding document for us to go forward. I want to now turn to the specific motion in front of us right now, and that is, do we extend this agreement? I don't think there's any question. We need to extend the agreement. We have to have these conversations. But that's all that I want to do right now, is extend the agreement at this point in time. Extend the agreement, go out there and negotiate. I want to express this frustration. If we were negotiating a contract to lease something, and what we were talking about were tens of millions of dollars, which is what this ultimately is, we'd be in closed session, laying out parameters and guidelines and everything else. County Council, give me your judgment in terms of whether we can do that.
Yes, it's my judgment that this subject is not qualified for a closed session lease negotiation, right, or any other exception to a public meeting.
And so it makes it difficult to give that direction. But I have to ask this question to staff. How does staff go about starting to do negotiations without coming and very explicitly asking? This is the first I've heard you say we're going to be narrow in our scope. unless we hear something different. I didn't hear that last time when the request came forward. So I am concerned about that there, we need to somehow hear that. All right, where are you going? You got a game plan there? Where are you going as we're doing that? So we've heard, I heard that now in terms of that. And so with that, that's the motion. I know we will continue to get 5 different voices talking to our harbor director about this. There are a few times when we have to actually vote and find out where there are 3 voices, right? And you've heard different voices already today. I know you've heard 4 different ones, and as soon as Supervisor Foy weighs in, you'll hear 5 different ones, right? But you've heard 4 different voices, and that's just going to be the nature of the issue. Certainly the supervisor in the district is really working hard and knocking himself out to try to communicate with the constituents there and deal with them and their issues. Supervisor Long, appropriately points out issues about sort of the whole regional aspect of this. Supervisor Parks comes at it with a different view. But that is, I hope I kind of conveyed, my view about that. But I'm going to, you said you want to make a motion. The motion, I'd want the motion to be narrow, which is we just approve the extension based on what staff.
And I'll second the motion on that.
Okay, great.
But I do want to share with you that I'll second the motion that we do commit to the extension and work with the city of Oxnard. But I just want to share with the board that I'm going to continue working with the individuals over at the Challenge Harbor and set up those presentations and work with them to hear the concerns and also so they can understand the protocol of what we're doing. And I know that the Mercadante has this group, and I respect that. And I think that's a venue that we can follow and help, the people there understand what the county is doing.
And I think we appreciate you being upfront about that, and we applaud you for doing that. But that's something you're,
yes.
that you're tackling.
And the other question I was going to ask, maybe to Lynn and Matt, when is the next meeting with the city of Oxnard on the agreement?
I don't believe it's yet scheduled, but I would guess after the first of the year, since we don't have it scheduled now.
Yeah. Okay. Does Matt want to share anything? If he's
Supervisor Long wants to jump.
Well, I just want to say that the chief herder of all cats is the CEO. And I would look to the CEO. Certainly the agency heads and the directors all come up to the CEO, unlike LA that's got this anarchy going on with their board and the CEO again. But I think it's important, Supervisor. You're doing excellent work with your constituents, and that is what we do. We need to listen and hear them, bring that back to the CEO and to the dais to come up with what is best for this regional asset. And my concern is that the deal points have to be worked through with the director of the harbor, City of Oxnard, CEO, your office.
I agree.
And come up to this full board so that there's a good loop there of everyone being included in discussion deal points.
And that's one of the things I mentioned to Mercadante's board is that those recommendations have to go before the Oxnard City Council and before our board for a policy recommendation and approval, or at the point that they're ready. Yes.
Thank you, Chair Bennett. Just to echo a couple comments and appreciate that direction. Mr. Nyoff, I think, makes a reasonable request. He's, got a lot going on over there at the city, and he wanted to understand all the moving parts here, and so very reasonable request. And also appreciate that it's a sort of a narrow time limit as well. It's not another year, it's 4 months. Let's get it done at the direction that the harbor director is taking, which is the narrow maintenance and management issues. And also just a general comment on, as your board has said too, when the economy's tough, leisure and harbor activities first to go and last to come back. And that's just something that the harbor's director and team has been managing, and that's a big struggle, and they've been doing it well. And that's why they haven't required county contributions to keep things operating out there. Having said that, too, I think it's important that we reinforce our commitment to the developers who are working with us, who are partnering with us and taking risk on Casa Serena and Fisherman's Wharf. And that's how you start to turn these things around. You have good partners like that, and who know that they have a good partnership and support with your board and our county and our director. And I think they know that, and I want them to know that. And there will be an input process on those projects for the public to comment on.
And that's one of the things that I mentioned to the working group, that I'd like to have them support the exclusive right to negotiate to get that Fisherman's Wharf developed and done with. And because the concern that we have, of course, is blighted, number one, and number two, that we're losing revenues. And I think it's important that we start working on that and start recouping some of the revenue. So, and thank you.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Right. And we're ready to vote.
No closed session. Hey, Bill.